Welcome back to the Dreamland Motel. The neon sign is glowing softly outside, the desert highway drifting beyond these walls. And tonight the corridors are a little busier than usual. Old case files have been taken down from the shelves, dust gently brushed away, each one carrying a moment when the ordinary world briefly touched something far more mysterious. Now, before we begin, if you enjoy slow explorations of UFO history, forgotten sightings, and the quiet edges of the unexplained, consider subscribing. And if you'd like to support the motel directly, joining the residential guests and Patreon members helps keep this strange little place running through the long desert nights. I'd also like to offer a quiet thank you to those residential guests and supporters. Without you, the lights at the Dreamland Motel would almost certainly flicker just a little more than usual. Tonight's journey gathers together some of the most enduring moments in the long, strange history of ufology. Across decades and continents, ordinary evenings have occasionally opened into something difficult to explain. The infamous ranch outside Roswell, New Mexico, 1947. A cold forest in Rendlesham, 1980. And thousands of miles away, in 1994, a group of schoolchildren at the Ariel School in Zimbabwe. Among these and many more, each case carries its own landscape, its own witnesses, its own unanswered details. Tonight, we gather them together. 5 long-form explorations of some of the most discussed events in the history of the phenomenon. So settle in. The files are open. The night is quiet, and the road ahead stretches for quite a while. Let's begin. Before the confessions come, let's pin down what we do know, briefly, and what kind of world it happened in. It's the summer of 1947. America has been war-free for 2 years, but the shadows of it still stretch long. Out here in New Mexico, there's open range and hard work, cattle fences that never stay mended, storms that roll through without warning. Radios crackle with Benny Goodman, and reports of flying discs spotted over Idaho, over Oregon, over places people still pronounce like they're from somewhere else. The word UFO doesn't exist yet. That comes later. For now, it's saucers, discs, something shiny slipping through post-war skies. Roswell is just another ranching town with an army airfield on the edge of it. The 509th Bomb Group, the same squadron that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. The world is bigger than it was before, but out here the land still hums the same old tune. Dry wind, dirt roads, small talk at the diner. Then a rancher finds something in the dirt. Foil, sticks, rubber. He shows the sheriff, who shows the army, who shows the world. For a moment, what might be the first real glimpse of something not from here. Headlines: Flying disc captured. By the next sunrise, flying disc denied. They say it was a balloon, a mistake, a misunderstanding. The desert goes quiet again, but the whispers never really stop. Years pass, stories grow. The rancher, the intelligence officer, the undertaker, the bodies, the autopsy reels, the Cold War projects stamped top secret in fading ink. That's the skeleton. the simple version. But paper doesn't breathe. Paper doesn't come sit at the motel bar when the lights get low. So tonight, let's hear from the people who did. The door swings open. Mack Brazel's boots scuff the floor. Out past the last windmill, 1947, lives on. William Ware Mack Brazel, 48 years old that summer, ran sheep on the J.B. Foster Ranch, about 75 miles northwest of Roswell, closer to Corona than anywhere else. His ranch house had no phone, no electricity, no running water. Just Mack, fence posts that needed mending, and sheep that needed pushing where the water ran. He wasn't the type to chase stories. By every account, Mack minded his own fences and let the world mind its own sky. His wife, Maggie, and their kids, Vernon and Bessie, stayed down in Tularosa, nearly 100 miles away. Mack worked alone most weeks, thunder rolling off the plains, and the wind scraping his door at night. He always said it started with a storm, late June, maybe early June, depending which version you catch. A hard thunderstorm over the open range that left behind more than rain. In the Roswell Daily Record on July 9th, 1947, Mack said he found the wreckage around June 14 after that storm. But that date never sat right. Tommy Tyree, a young ranch hand who worked on and off for Mack, remembered the real problem. The sheep wouldn't cross the debris field. Whatever it was, foil, sticks, scraps of rubber, or something else, it spooked the flock stiff. Every time Mack tried to drive them across to water, they panicked. He had to lead them wide, circle them miles out into the desert heat that doesn't forgive such foolishness, just to make sure they didn't die from dehydration. Any rancher worth his salt clears junk fast if it blocks the stock. Summer sun in eastern New Mexico doesn't wait for you. If that wreckage sat out there for 3 weeks, like Mack told the paper, then he risked the sheep, the wool, and his own paycheck. It makes more sense that he found the wreck far later than mid-June, maybe around July 2nd or 3rd, when the country was already cracking the stories of flying discs in the papers. On July 7th, Mack loaded scraps into his old pickup and rattled 75 miles into Roswell. He brought them to Sheriff George Wilcox. Foil that wouldn't crease, rubber strips that didn't burn, sticks like kite frame. He said, "Sheriff, I might have found one of them flying discs." Wilcox called Roswell Army Airfield. The base sent out Major Jesse Marcel, intelligence officer for the 509th Bomb Group, the only atomic squadron in the country, and Captain Sheridan Cavett, Army counterintelligence. They followed Mack back up the washboard roads to see the debris field for themselves. That night, Marcel and Cavett stayed at Mack's ranch house. They laid out scraps on the kitchen floor under a bare bulb. They tried to make sense of it. Mack had seen weather balloons before, found plenty tangled on fence wire over the years, but this didn't look like that. Before the army clamped the lid shut, Mack sat down at KGFL, the local Roswell radio station. Walt Whitmore, the station's owner, helped him record an interview, a wire recording, Mack describing what he saw. But that tape never aired. The army got to him first. The FCC, so the story goes, called Whitmore's office and made it plain. Broadcast it, lose your license. By the next morning, Mack was under military guard. The Roswell Daily Record ran his story on July 9th under the headline, "Harassed Rancher Who Located Saucer, Sorry He Told About It." The Army's new version said it was just a weather balloon, and there was Mack, under escort, repeating what he'd been told to say. But tucked into the very same interview, Mack slipped the truth back in. He said he'd found weather balloons before. Then, flat out, "I am sure that what I found was not any weather observation balloon." Same article, same breath, contradiction sitting there in black and white. He also told the reporter, "If I find anything else besides a bomb, they are going to have a hard time getting me to say anything about it." Not a throwaway line. A man saying he'd been shut up once and wasn't about to risk it twice. Before the Army got hold of him, Mack couldn't stop talking. Floyd and Loretta Proctor, neighbours near Corona, said he drove around showing scraps to anyone who'd look. Afterward, they'd see him in Roswell, MPs on either side, and he'd look right through them like he never knew their names. His son, Bill Jr., told it plain. They put him in jail for about a week. When he came back, he wouldn't say a thing. His daughter Bessie remembered the same secrets. "We were told not to talk about this at all." Frank Joyce, the KGFL radio man, later swore Mack pulled him aside and whispered, "They told me to say this, or it would go awfully hard on me, and you." So what was it? The scraps were foil, sticks, rubber, just like a weather balloon or a radar kite from Project Mogul, if you take the government's word. Or maybe something stranger, that didn't blow away as easily as the story did. Mack Brazel never gave another interview. He quit the ranch not long after, ran a meat packing plant down in Las Cruces, and died in 1963. Plain grave, plain stone. A rancher who found something he shouldn't have, said it once, and spent the rest of his days hoping nobody would make him say it again. But the hush didn't stay on the ranch. It rode into Roswell in the back of a truck. Scraps of foil and sticks handed over to a man in uniform whose job was to know what was worth covering up and what wasn't. Major Jesse Marcel took it from there, carried it through the base gates, posed for photos he'd regret, and spent the next 30 years deciding if he'd stay quiet too. He didn't. Not forever. He's waiting at the bar now. Same foil, same story, different ending. Major Marcel's next. Marcel was the man who took Mack Brazel's scraps out of the ranch truck and carried them into history. As I previously stated, at the time Marcel was the intelligence officer for the 509th Bomb Group at Roswell Army Airfield. He'd flown weather recon over the Pacific, trained in photo intelligence, knew every radar target and balloon the military used at the time, or so he thought. On July 7th, Sheriff Wilcox called the base and handed off Mack Brazel's story. Colonel Blanchard sent Marcel and Captain Sheridan Cavett into the dust to see what the rancher had found. Marcel said later he could still feel the rough road under the Jeep tyres when they pulled up on that stretch of pasture. Scattered over the field, pieces as far as the fence ran. Foil, balsa-like sticks, rubber strips, parchment or plastic that wouldn't tear the way it should have done. They stayed out there for hours. Mack told them his sheep wouldn't cross it. Marcel would say years later that it looked like something had exploded in the air. He and Cavett packed what they could fit. Some say they left plenty behind. The next morning, back in Roswell, Marcel was too curious and too proud of what he'd found not to share it at home. He stopped at his own house, woke his wife and his 11-year-old son, Jesse Jr. They spread the same foil and sticks across their own kitchen table. Jesse Jr. would never forget it. The shiny foil that flattened but wouldn't crease. The thin beams stamped with strange purple symbols, like hieroglyphs, he'd say decades later. After this, Marcel loaded the debris into his car and brought it to the base. Colonel Blanchard saw it, said they'd found something big, and sent out the press release that changed everything. Quote, "The many rumours regarding the flying discs became a reality yesterday when the intelligence office of the 509th Bomb Group was fortunate enough to gain possession of a disc." Marcel's name went on the press release. His hands were on the pieces. He was the man who found the first captured flying saucer. But it didn't stay his story for long. Within hours, Marcel was ordered to fly the wreckage to Fort Worth Army Airfield, to General Roger Ramey's office. That's where the famous photos were taken. Marcel crouched beside scraps of foil and balsa rods, pointing at a weather balloon spread out on the carpet like a child's broken kite. For the cameras, Marcel did his duty. He didn't say much. Ramey did the talking. It's a weather balloon. End of story. Except Marcel never really believed that. Not then and not later. Decades on, when the world had nearly forgotten Roswell, Marcel told the other side. First to Stanton Friedman in 1978, then on TV, then to the National Enquirer, then to anyone who'd listen. It was not anything made by us. It was not made on this earth. He said the photos in Ramey's office were staged, swapped out scraps to kill the headline. The real material, the foil that sprang back smooth, the beams with symbols, never saw daylight again. He said he wanted his grandchildren to know he hadn't confused a radar kite with a spaceship. His son backed him up. Jesse Marcel Jr. told the same story for the rest of his life. That the foil spread on their kitchen table didn't behave like anything ordinary. That the beams were stamped with symbols he could never forget. That his father always said the army covered up what they really found. Some believed Marcel, a decorated intel officer turned radio repairman, a man with nothing to gain but the truth. Some didn't. Skeptics pointed out that he never said a word for 30 years. They dug through his records and found exaggerations. They said he might have built the myth bigger in old age. But they couldn't erase what he did say, plain as day, when he finally shared his secrets. That the wreckage on that ranch wasn't weather gear, wasn't spy gear, was something else, and that the photos they showed the world were just a magician's sleight of hand. Marcel died in 1986. By then, Roswell was rolling back onto the world's front page, stitched together by authors and TV specials and late-night calls from people who wanted to know if he'd really seen what he said he saw. The photos stayed, so did the hush, but Jesse Marcel's voice cracked it, just enough to let the wind back in. Next up at the bar, the son who stood barefoot in the kitchen when the foil touched the table, the boy who kept that memory sharp for 60 more years. Some memories are more ingrained in us than anything we learn in school. Jesse Antoine Marcel Jr. was 11 years old the night his father woke him up in the early hours and told him to come and see something in the kitchen. By the time the story broke over the front page, flying disc captured, Jesse Jr. was just a name in the background. He grew up, went to medical school, learned to stitch wounds and read x-rays. He flew rescue helicopters in Vietnam, pinned his own wings, raised a family, became a colonel in the Montana National Guard. A man with his own clearances, his own secrets, none of which ever shook loose the one thing he held tight, what he saw on the linoleum that summer in Roswell. He told the story the same way for 60 years. It never got bigger, it never shrank. His father came home after that long drive from the Foster Ranch with foil and sticks packed into his Jeep. Jesse Sr. was proud, maybe a little excited, told his wife, Vi, and their boy to come take a look. There it was, foil spread out, shards of thin wood or beams, and a piece that looked like a small metal I-beam with violet or purplish symbols stamped down the side. Like hieroglyphs, Jesse Jr. said, but no language he could recognize. He touched the foil, crumpled it in his hands. It wouldn't stay creased. He laid it flat. It smoothed out like water. He tapped the beam, light but strong, too light for wood. His dad didn't say alien, didn't say weather balloon either, just that it was not anything made by us. After spending some time examining it, the debris rode off in a base jeep, and the boy watched his father vanish into official photos in General Ramey's office, kneeling beside scraps that looked like kite sticks and torn rubber. The real pieces never came back. Years went by. Jesse Jr. wore a uniform of his own. He flew with the 71st EVAC in Vietnam, the same unit made famous by medevac pilots who pulled wounded soldiers off the jungle floor under fire. In the early 2000s, well past retirement age, he went to Iraq as a flight surgeon. Same eyes, same story. He told anyone who asked, "I know what I saw. I handled it myself." He said the symbols were burned in his mind, the violet marks on brushed metal. He drew them over and over for UFO investigators. Always the same rough pattern, lines, dots, curls, like half-finished glyphs. Never tried to say they were words, just that they were there. When skeptics asked if a boy of 11 might misremember a scrap of radar kite or foil from a fancy balloon, he said the same thing every time. My dad wanted me to see it, because he knew it wasn't ordinary. And if his father hadn't spoken up in the 70s, Jesse Jr. probably wouldn't have either. He didn't go looking for cameras, they came to him. He signed affidavits, gave talks at UFO conventions, testified under oath at the citizen hearing in 2013. Always the same line. It was not made by us. When he died that same year, in his sleep at 76, they found books on UFOs spread open on the bed beside him. Some said he was still looking for a final piece that made sense of what he'd touched. Maybe he was. Maybe it never needed sense, just memory. He was the boy who saw the foil that wouldn't crease, the beam that shouldn't have been stamped the way it was. Jesse Marcel Jr. kept his father's secrets alive. Next at the bar, the other shadows in this story. The men who said they saw more than foil. The ones who spoke of crates in back hangars, of bodies under tarps, of a desert where the wind was never the strangest thing that moved. The cleanup crew. If you wanted to keep a secret in 1947, you didn't need cameras or wiretaps. You needed tired young men in uniform, standing guard, following orders, not asking too many questions. They called it the cleanup crew, the men who roped off the desert and brought the pieces home under canvas tarps and flickering headlamps. Some were just base grunts, cooks, privates, transport techs, plucked from chow lines and barracks bunks and told, "Gear up, you didn't see this." Private First Class Elias Benjamin. That wasn't his real name when the story first surfaced, but the rank and face were real enough. He said they pulled him off an overnight security shift at the 390th Air Service Squadron. Top secret clearance, standard for anyone guarding atomic bombers out at Roswell Army Airfield. They told him to report to Hangar P3. Inside, commotion, MPs on edge. A ranking officer pale and mumbling before being hustled away. Benjamin got handed a short, sharp order. Help move stretchers to the base hospital. The convoy rolled slow across the tarmac in the dawn hours. The story goes that one sheet slipped back just long enough. Greyish skin, swollen head, dark slanted eyes. Not a training dummy, not a burned pilot, not human. Benjamin said he saw it breathe just once. He held that moment for decades, told no one but his wife, then spoke to a quiet tape recorder for Thomas Carey 50 years later. There was something under that sheet that shouldn't have been there. Then there was Melvin Brown, an army cook by his paperwork. But like any good mess sergeant, you did what you were told. When the base scrambled every warm body to the ranch, Brown said yes like any other man with stripes to protect. His daughters told the world later what he whispered when the papers started printing weather balloon stories. I rode in the back of a truck from out there. We peeked under the tarp. There were bodies. Beverly Brown said her father described small frames, no bigger than a child's casket, heads too large, eyes wrong, skin the colour of old parchment. Brown said he guarded the hangar when they boxed them up, heard the clatter of dry ice being shovelled in. He never put this in writing, but his last words, when cancer hollowed him down in 1986, circled back to Roswell one final time. Sergeant Homer Rowlett waited 40 years before telling his son what he'd done. He worked the 603rd Air Engineering Squadron. In his last week alive, he told his son Larry he'd been out on the Foster Ranch too, collecting material that wouldn't crease and watching men slip shapes into crates. He said he saw 3 small figures laid out where the desert scrub cut away. One was alive. Another name in the same unit, Master Sergeant Harry Telesco. told his family nearly the same thing. His daughter said he came back different that week, never quite looked people in the eye when they asked what he did in 47. On the nights he talked, he said, "I saw it too. The little people. One survived." If you follow the convoy down the runway, you find flight engineer Robert Porter. His affidavit sits in archives today. He says he helped load a B-29 with brown paper packages and one large triangular piece. The crew was told flying saucer parts. When they landed in Fort Worth, a general staged the famous photo with kite sticks and weather balloon foil. The real cargo got shuffled off onto another plane bound for Dayton. And Porter spent the next 40 years telling anyone who asked, there was no balloon. Even Sheriff Wilcox, the civilian in the chain, ended up under guard. His widow told their granddaughter that MPs came knocking with quiet threats. They told the sheriff if he ever spoke out of turn, the cost wouldn't stop at him. They'd kill the family too. Same talk echoed in the base hospital where the convoy ended. One enlisted man, one chaplain, even the undertaker in town, claimed to hear whispers of what lay under the sheets. Child-sized coffins, orders for dry ice, men in plain suits with polished shoes, and nowhere to be found in the base roster once the debris vanished. When the Air Force finally dusted off the files in the 90s, they labelled this as confusion. Dummy drops, crashed planes years later, memories folded into each other like old letters in a shoebox. They said the bodies were mannequins, and the faces, along with the oversized almond-shaped eyes, were parachutists in goggles. But for the men on guard duty that week, the tarps were never blank canvas. The convoy rolled quiet under a desert sky that didn't care what secrets people tried to bury. And long after the trucks cleared the gate, some of those young men lay awake, wondering what they'd really watched slip by on a stretcher. Next at the motel bar, the man who ran the phones when the base hospital called for coffins too small for grown men. The local undertaker, who learned you don't always want the customer to be right when the army comes asking questions. The start of some secrets can be as innocuous as a phone ringing in the back of a small-town funeral home. In the summer of 47, Glenn Dennis was 22, newly trained and just trying to keep up with the calls at Ballard Funeral Home. Roswell wasn't much then. Dusty streets, a base that ran on quiet orders, and a mortician who knew every family name from town to ranch gate. Dennis always said that it began with a call from Roswell Army Airfield Hospital. A voice on the line wanted to know, did Ballard carry child-size caskets? Not just any coffins, hermetically sealed. Dennis said he paused, checked his notes. 3'6", bronze. They could get them by morning. The base wanted to know more. How to preserve bodies found out in the open. No refrigeration, maybe days in the desert heat. How do you clean something like that up? Dennis thought it odd, but not yet strange. The Air Force lost men sometimes. Accidents, fires. But child-sized. He didn't ask too many questions, not yet. Later that day, Dennis was called to drive an injured airman out to the base hospital. He said he parked near the ambulance dock and walked into something he wasn't supposed to see. 3 army ambulances backed up to the doors, rear gates open. Inside, Metal debris stacked on stretchers, dull silver, edges sharp as glass. One piece, Dennis always said, caught the light, bluish purple, shaped like the belly of a canoe, marked with symbols that reminded him of, quote, Egyptian hieroglyphs. He stepped inside. He said he found a nurse he knew, young, red hair tucked under a cap. Her eyes said, "Leave now." But before she could say more, a voice stopped him cold. A red-headed officer, in crisp uniform, not one Dennis recognized, blocked the hall. The way Dennis told it later, the man leaned in close, voice like ice under the desert sun. "You didn't see anything. You don't go into town making up stories. You don't talk to anyone about this." Dennis, stubborn as any young man in a funeral coat, told him, "I'm a civilian. You can't tell me what to do." The officer didn't flinch. "Oh yes, we can. If you open your mouth, somebody will be picking your bones out of the sand." Another sergeant standing by added, "I'll make dog food out of you." Dennis turned and walked out with the air around his shoulders heavier than the desert heat. The next day, he said, the nurse slipped him a message. They met at the officers' club. She'd seen it, she'd told him. 3 small bodies, laid out under bright lights. Doctors whispering over their shoulders. Mangled, burned, the smell of chemicals still clinging to her uniform. She drew him a quick sketch. Narrow shoulders, oversized heads, eyes too big, tiny mouths, like a cut line. A rough diagram on a napkin that Dennis said he kept in his mind for 50 years. Not long after that, she was gone. Transferred overseas, he claimed. London first, then the trail went dead. A letter he mailed her came back unopened, stamped in black, deceased. The nurse's name? He told researchers years later it was Naomi Self. No record of her was ever found. When that cracked, he changed it to Naomi Sipes. That name vanished into army rosters too. Nothing. Not even a paper slip. When Dennis finally spoke out in 1989, he said he'd kept the secret because the threat was real, and because in Roswell, some people didn't want the old ghosts stirred up. But once he started talking, he didn't stop. He gave lectures, TV interviews, co-founded the Roswell UFO Museum with Walter Halt. He became the undertaker who called in the flying saucer bodies. He told the child casket story again and again. Always the same metal, same phone ringing in an empty prep room. Perhaps predictably, the Air Force didn't buy it. When they cracked open Roswell's files in the 90s, they called Dennis's timeline sloppy. They said his nurse never served. They matched the tiny bodies to dummy drops that didn't happen until years later, or to crash victims from entirely different mishaps. They wrote it off as rumour, half memory. Old men trying to make sense of a rumour that had already grown bigger than them. Even some UFO researchers began to step back. Kevin Randall, who first sat down with Dennis in 1990, later said the contradictions were too much. The nurse that never was, the letter that never turned up, the story that shifted with every new question. But in Roswell, the museum Dennis helped build still stands. a place where the phone still rings for people looking for child-sized coffins that never came. Some called him a liar. Some called him the only man brave enough to speak up. Maybe he was both, or neither. Just a small-town mortician who answered a call one afternoon and found himself in a story that never quite let him go. Next at the bar? Maybe it's time we step outside the gate for a moment. Take in what the generals thought, what the newsmen typed, what the skeptics said when the first flying saucer headline hit the wire. A bigger picture, for a myth too big to stay locked in the back room. The press and the brass next. You can almost hear the typewriters clacking in the newsroom, chasing something bigger than a cattle rustler's fence line. July 8th, 1947. Roswell Daily Record headline wide enough to paste on every diner wall in town. Roswell Army Airfield captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. The words did their job. The phone lines sparked. Editors barked for copy, and somewhere on the front stoop, a newsboy flipped the pages open and wondered what the old men on Main Street would say when they read it. Major Marcel's name was right there, the Army's own intelligence officer, bringing back scraps of foil and sticks that no one at the ranch could quite explain. The Army Airfield's official press release spelled it out. The rumours of flying discs became reality when the 509th Bomb Group got their hands on one. For one brief summer afternoon, America really did think that saucers might be real, and they'd come down in New Mexico dust. When the phone rang in Fort Worth, Brigadier General Roger Ramey, commanding officer of the 8th Air Force, wasn't about to let a local colonel in Roswell start a stampede he couldn't fence in. He called for Marcel, summoned reporters, and laid out a fresh story on the floor of his office. The famous photo. Marcel kneeling on a low rug beside torn sticks, crinkled foil, a cheap radar target that looks like a child's kite in pieces. Ramey pointed at the mess and said, "Weather balloon." Next photo, Colonel Thomas DuBose, Ramey's chief of staff, standing by, arms folded. The new headline spun faster than a tumbleweed. Flying disc turns out to be a weather balloon. The story flipped in under 24 hours. The same base that bragged it held a captured saucer now said the rancher had found nothing but sticks and foil meant for high-altitude weather tests. Mack was in the back room under watch, repeating that it was just a weather balloon. The same Major Marcel, who showed his son metal that wouldn't crease, was now posing for a staged shot with balsa wood and a radar kite. A quick fix to keep the wires calm. And the person holding that balsa wood would later go on to say that the real debris was gone by the time the flashbulbs popped. The newspapers printed both sides like gospel, front page certainties with no middle ground. Flying saucer today, nothing but rubber and sticks tomorrow. By the time the week ended, the Army said the flying disc never existed. The story had folded itself back into the desert wind. Some people swallowed the balloon story whole and asked for seconds. Some never bought it for a minute. But that quick reversal, the headline, the photograph, the silence in Marcel's eyes as he pointed at something he knew wasn't the real wreckage, That's where the Roswell myth got its backbone. One contradiction wide open, one photo staged to patch it shut. The brass got their version printed, of course. The press got their front page. The ranch stayed quiet. And the question left behind was simple. If it was really nothing, why dress it up at all? Next at the bar, the believers who kept that question alive when the desert heat cooled. The skeptics who said it was never anything, and the reason Roswell became the first stop on the road to every flying saucer story that came after. For 3 decades, Roswell mostly slept, a headline clipped and yellowed in dusty scrapbooks. A local rumour whispered over coffee at the Woolworth's lunch counter. If you'd asked the 1950s what the first flying saucer crash was, most folks wouldn't say Roswell. They'd say Kenneth Arnold's sighting near Mount Rainier, or Adamski's desert photos, or saucers filmed skipping like stones. The desert story faded, buried under bigger Cold War shadows. Then, in 1978, a nuclear physicist named Stanton Friedman knocked on Jesse Marcel's door. Friedman had heard the old intelligence officer still had something to get off his chest. Marcel told him the same thing he'd quietly told his friends for years. It wasn't any weather balloon. It was not made by us. That single taped interview cracked the vault. Friedman ran with it. Lectures, late-night radio shows, book deals. The first real book to shout cover-up was The Roswell Incident by Charles Berlitz and William Moore in 1980. Berlitz, a master of the Bermuda Triangle bestsellers, gave Roswell a new pulse, a flying saucer, a military retrieval, and bodies, the part the headlines never printed. By the mid-1980s, Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt started pulling more threads. They chased down MPs, rancher families, flight engineers, and Glenn Dennis's undertaker calls. They gathered names and whispered confessions, building out a tapestry stitched together by contradictions and half-memories. A crash here, bodies there, metal that folded itself smooth. The case grew bigger than Marcel and Brazel ever imagined. The International UFO Museum opened in Roswell in '91. The myth of the crash retrieval, the secret hangars, the preserved aliens, the hidden files at Wright-Patterson, took its seat at the centre of modern UFO lore. But as the story spread, it split. Carl Flock, a former intelligence officer himself, dug deep and called it folklore. He said real evidence pointed to Project Mogul, a top-secret balloon meant to eavesdrop on Soviet nuclear tests. The foil, the sticks, the odd rubber, all consistent with radar reflectors, high-altitude mic gear the ranchers weren't cleared to know about. Flock's Roswell Inconvenient Facts stacked the witness contradictions side by side, daring believers to say which version to trust. Cal Korff, the sharp-edged skeptic, called it worse. A mass hallucination turned money machine. He wrote that the main witnesses mixed decades-old gossip with UFO pop culture until nobody could untangle where the ranch ended and the hangar stories began. The Air Force weighed in twice. Once in 1994 with the Roswell Report, Fact versus Fiction, and again in 1997 with Case Closed. They too pointed at the Mogul program. They pointed at high-altitude dummy drops from the 1950s that witnesses might have blurred backward into 47. They laid it out page by page. No flying disc, no aliens, no secrets, just Cold War spy tech and human imagination filling in the rest. Stanton Friedman fought this explanation to his last day. He called the balloon story nonsense, an insult to the veterans who carried the debris on kitchen floors and under base floodlights. Kevin Randall, even while admitting the inconsistencies, kept Roswell alive in print and on TV, his tone sometimes shifting from believer to skeptic and back again. And that's the trick of Roswell. The myth and the break live side by side. The same room holds believers who speak of sealed hangars and desert threats, and skeptics who cross out witness names like pencil lines on a classified file. In the end, the ranch is still empty. The headlines still hang framed on the museum walls downtown. The same old photos of Marcel in General Ramey's office still spark arguments in back rooms and late-night forums. Some say if you stand in the right corner of the archive, you can still hear Marcel whisper, "It wasn't ours." And what does it mean now? The new whispers, the hearings on Capitol Hill, the talk of crash retrievals that sound too much like old ghosts in modern uniforms. The legacy that won't quite lie down and go to sleep. Roswell is the story that never leaves. It drifts behind the new ones like static on an old radio. A word here, a whisper there, a shape under canvas that nobody wants to name out loud. Roswell is that shape. The first match lit in the desert wind. The line in the record that still skips every time someone says, "crash retrieval." In the summers of hearings and leaks that followed, 2021, 23, and 24, the name stayed just behind the microphone. Congress asked about UAPs, not flying saucers. They asked David Grush what he knew. Multi-decade programs, non-human biologics, secret vaults of things that don't belong to us. Grush never said Roswell outright, but the room heard it anyway. Representatives invoked it. Roswell to Jacksonville. Roswell since 1947. Roswell as the ghost at the committee door. When the question turns to where the story starts, the answer circles the same fence line every time. Luis Elizondo, who once ran ATIP, finally put it in ink. In his memoir, Imminent, he wrote it flat. 4 deceased non-human bodies, from the crash in 47. Roswell's myth nailed to the back of a page. No wink, no half-step. It's one line that pulls a desert dawn into a Pentagon hallway 75 years later. Some, like Knapp and Corbell, keep that first myth alive every time a new leak slides into the light. They say the story didn't die in the headlines. It crawled underground and became the mold for every file marked too secret to declassify. They call Roswell the blueprint, the seed, the first slip, the first patch-up job the brass ever staged. Others push back harder now than ever. The Air Force's old case closed stamp still holds its place in the Arrow reports. Project Mogul, a lost balloon. No bodies, no saucer. The Pentagon's latest UAP files roll out bland as policy memos. Sensors, Radar hits, aerial clutter. Roswell sits on their pages only as a footnote to remind them how rumours are born. And yet, the truth feels sticky under the edges. Whistleblowers don't say Roswell by name, but they speak of legacy craft, hidden vaults, wreckage handed down behind badge clearances and corporate handshakes. If you listen sideways, the shape is the same. The ranch fence, the debris, the phone ringing in the mortician's back room, asking for child-sized coffins nobody wants to explain. No paper trail has ever cracked open the vault. No smoking gun file. The declassified scraps keep the story in limbo. Affidavits, denials, new testimony that sounds like old ghosts walking the same corridor. For me, one line from 1947 keeps echoing. Flying saucer captured, Army Air Force, then weather balloon, then nothing. And so it loops. So here we are, all these decades later, still swapping the same phrases. Crash retrieval, non-human biologics, cover story, national security. Roswell lingers because it taught everyone how the game works. Say something big, walk it back fast, and trust that half the world will keep wondering what never made it back into the evidence box. Maybe Grush was right. Maybe the Legacy program started that summer in 47 and never stopped. Maybe it's still just a myth with good legs. But either way, the motel keeps the light on for it. The fence line's still there. The desert's still quiet if you stand very still. And the story, for now, remains right where it began, waiting for the next knock at the door. Maybe you've wondered this whole time if something truly fell out of the sky that July, metal that bent wrong, bodies that didn't belong here. Where did it all go? The easy answer is the Air Force locked it up. But locked up where? If you follow the old maps, you'll find the same names whispered again and again. Some say the first stop was Wright Field, later Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. That's where Marcel said the real crates went once the desert was cleared. Wright-Pat's Hangar 18, the vault room of UFO lore, became the rumor's address. Crates slid into underground labs, engineers poking at alloy scraps they couldn't quite replicate. By the 50s, the rumour says pieces split off. Some stayed under Air Force roofs, some were shuffled into new branches, Rand Corporation think tanks, private labs with no FOIA trail to tug loose. A few researchers like to point at Battelle Memorial Institute, just down the road from Wright-Patt, the lab that worked on exotic metals, shape memory alloys that sound an awful lot like the foil Mack once pinched between his fingers. No paper ever proved it, but it shows up every few years like static in the archives. Then there's the bodies, that part people argue about more than any twisted scrap of foil. Some say they went with the wreckage to Wright-Patt. Others say they moved again, to bigger, darker vaults on bases like Fort Detrick, or deep freeze hangars on the Nevada ranges where Groom Lake was still mostly just dry salt and a fence line nobody watched too closely. The whispers say at least one was alive, a creature no taller than a child, skin like soft ash, head too large to hold up on its own. Some versions put it in a base hospital bed for days, even weeks, fed by IV drips, studied by men in suits. A few researchers say those early days taught us more than we admit. Radiation exposure, tissue study, questions about where it came from, and whether there were more. And when the atomic hush grew too tight for the old Air Force to guard alone, the private sector stepped in. Aerospace giants, shadow contracts. Bigelow Aerospace comes up in the footnotes, a name that drifts into Skinwalker Ranch if you flip too many pages. A few say the chain of custody went corporate because private vaults don't answer to those FOIA letters. All of this, true, rumour, half forgotten. Hard to pin down when the original fence line vanished under 50 years of desert wind and declassified excuses. But the shape's still there if you look. So where do we go from here? The same places the story might have gone. Wright-Patterson's archives. The DIA's folders stamped special access only. The contractors who build craft nobody talks about, who file patents for metamaterials that sound suspiciously like the debris. Watch the names that keep surfacing. The new whistleblowers who say crash retrievals still exist. The committee rooms where congressmen accidentally say Roswell on live mic. The Defense Department memos that list legacy programs but never quite define them. The black budgets hidden in plain sight in annual spending bills. If the truth shows up, it might leak through one of those seams first. Or maybe it never will. Maybe it's just a story now. The myth that built the modern flying saucer age and taught us to squint at the desert sky and wonder what doesn't add up. But maybe if you stand on that fence line, the same one Mack rode out to check for storm damage, you might hear a clue drift back in the wind. Not a flying disc, not a weather balloon, just the open question: where did it all go? And if you ever find an answer, you know where to come tell it. There's always a room waiting here. Before you pack your bag, before the sign flickers out, I'll leave you with this, my own thoughts, scratched on the motel's last page for the night. Roswell, to me, is a story that sticks because it's got everything a good ghost needs. A quiet desert, a sudden crash, animals too scared to move, men in trucks rolling in under cover of rain, and a truth that never made it back out in daylight. Some people call it the gateway. I don't much like that word. Makes it sound like a cheap hook to harder secrets. But maybe it is. Maybe Roswell is the first time you see how far a good story can stretch when a few facts refuse to sit still. People say weather balloon. People say Project Mogul. People say, like Annie Jacobson once said, that it was all some twisted Soviet trick, a horror show planted to spook America into chasing shadows. I don't buy that. I don't buy a lot of tidy explanations dressed up as closure. What I trust more than any white paper or dusty press clip is what people tell their children when nobody's recording. Fathers telling sons what they carried in the back of a truck under canvas. Wives whispering what the brass said if they talked too much. Stories handed down. That's older than the written word. That's how real knowledge lives when the paper trail's been burned. It's a mother's fingerprint on the timeline, a father's last word before the casket closes. If there's truth left in Roswell, it lives there, in families who didn't bury it deep enough. And here's what makes it different. It's not even the first crash. It's just the first one big enough, weird enough, public enough to stick its name to every cheap UFO joke since. But under the punchlines, there's that one line nobody can scrub out. July 8th, 1947. Roswell Army Airfield captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. That happened. The Army printed it. The front page ran it. Then they walked it back and never looked over their shoulder. So Roswell became the blueprint, the first lesson in how you keep secrets when you don't trust the public to handle new power. And here we are, nearly 80 years on, peering through the same keyholes. We can talk to our congresspeople. We can file our FOIA requests. But the real gatekeepers, they don't sit in office chairs under bright lights. They sit in boardrooms, private labs, halls where clearances outlast presidents. Eisenhower saw it coming. 1961. He stood before the country he'd led through war and warned us. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. He didn't say it lightly. He'd seen the machine grow teeth, contractors, lobbyists, secret deals that never reached a ballot box. He knew that once you mix power with profit, the lock on the vault never rusts. And when that vault holds a piece of something not ours, maybe metal from another civilization, maybe a secret about who else shares the night sky, you better believe that lock stays shut. So maybe Roswell's gift isn't the wreckage or the headlines. Maybe it's the lesson. Belief doesn't need the government's seal of approval. The truth can bypass that kind of authority, passed down like a father's nod, a mother's hush, a quiet whisper that says, "Remember this," even when they tell you to forget. Maybe more stories like this will eventually come to light. Maybe even right here, for the first time, at the Dreamland Motel. Before you go, here's one last match to light if you want to keep digging. Brigadier General Thomas DuBose, General Ramey's Chief of Staff, stood right there in the famous debris photos taken in Fort Worth, Texas, the day they changed the story. In 1991, he said it flat. The weather balloon explanation for the material was a cover story to divert the attention of the press. Once again, thank you for staying with us tonight at the Dreamland Motel. If you liked wandering through the desert with us, leave a comment, share it with someone who still wonders, and don't forget to check back in next time. There's always another room, always another secret, another story waiting for you under the neon. Sleep tight. Tonight, we're far from the deserts of Nevada, far from hangars, clearance codes and dry lake beds. Tonight, we're crossing the ocean. To England, to a quieter corner of the countryside, where the hedgerows are high and the nights fall heavier than they should. To the forests, to examine what is quite possibly one of the most understated stories within ufology, a case that, to this day, has resulted in the only known officially acknowledged instance of a US military veteran receiving full disability benefits for injuries sustained as a result of an encounter that, as far as we know, is entirely unexplained. The timeline of this case has shifted over the years. New details have emerged, old ones have blurred, and so, at certain points, a small amount of creative license has been used to make sense of the story's shape, but the key elements, the experiences themselves, are as close to the truth as I can bring you. Welcome back to the Dreamland Motel. Here the stories are quiet, the lights are low, and the truth, whatever it is, tends to arrive softly, like fog through a broken window latch. Take a few breaths. Maybe you've had a long day. Maybe you're already halfway to sleep. And that's okay. We've added chapter timestamps just in case your eyes get too heavy. And if you enjoy your stay tonight, consider subscribing to the channel. You can even leave your comments in the guest book below. We do read them all. Tonight, you're checking into room 01. There's a kettle on the side, a towel folded neatly at the end of your bed, and a strange sound just past the tree line. It's probably nothing. Probably. Let's begin, and we hope you enjoy your stay at the Dreamland Motel. 1980. Britain was a nation perched on the edge of two eras, still shaped by the ashes of the Second World War, yet fully entangled in the wires and whispers of the Cold War. Nowhere was this more evident than in the east, Suffolk, Norfolk, Cambridgeshire. Flat, open land where skies go on forever, and secrets settle quietly into the soil. It was here, under these skies, that Britain hid its readiness. By that time, the UK was home to over 100 active military sites, and nearly 30 of them were operated or shared with the United States Air Force. A staggering figure when you consider the size of the country itself. Britain is roughly the size of the state of Texas. But where Texas holds vast stretches of open desert and sparse settlements, Britain is tightly packed. Hills, towns, woodlands, coastlines, and, in the east, more air bases than some entire continents. To put it plainly, you couldn't go far in East Anglia without bumping into a fence topped with barbed wire, or seeing the streak of a fighter jet carving the sky. And though the bases were many, they weren't designed to impress. No monoliths, no fortresses. This is England, after all. They were quiet, set back from the roads, wrapped in mist, tucked between hedgerows and horse paddocks, or hidden in forest clearings where nothing stirred but owls and the occasional MOD Land Rover. RAF Woodbridge and RAF Bentwaters were two such places, nestled beside Rendlesham Forest, a tranquil patch of pine and oak near the Suffolk coast. From the air, they looked unremarkable, but on the ground, they held one of the largest concentrations of US Air Force personnel in Europe. Over 11,000 American servicemen and women were stationed in East Anglia at the time, enough to fill a small city, if they were ever counted properly. They were there under NATO, but they were ready for more. It's also widely accepted, though never officially confirmed, that at least one of these bases, likely both, housed a stockpile of tactical nuclear weapons. If true, that would make Rendlesham Forest more than a sleepy woodland. It would make it a first strike target, a quiet corner of England where apocalypse could be launched, or arrive. So, under the surface, the Cold War was buzzing. Missiles were tested, jets were on alert, the Soviets watched, the Americans listened. And somewhere between the radio towers and the farmers' fields, The line between friend and enemy blurred. Britain was polite, but armed. It was Christmas. Most of the base had wound down. Personnel were on leave. Offices emptied. The airfield lights dimmed. The serious business of the world, nuclear codes, radar pings, and encrypted phone lines, all quieted to a low murmur. Even the apocalypse, it seemed, was taking a few days off. Warheads were left to nap in their silos. The end of the world could wait until after Boxing Day. Inside the officers' mess, there was warmth. Cigarettes, chessboards, canned American beer. Outside, the world had turned brittle and still. That year's Christmas was dry, clear skies, sub-zero temperatures. The ground in Rendlesham Forest crunched underfoot like shattered glass. Frost clung to the grass in jagged patterns. You could see every star, every branch cast a perfect shadow. It was the kind of cold that creeps under your collar and settles in your bones, the kind that makes you notice things. Like the forest isn't just quiet, it's held in cryogenic stasis. Christmas Day had exhaled, fires dimmed, gifts unwrapped, and the world tucked itself in. But in the hushed and hollow hours of Boxing Day morning, the forest stirred. When something unusual happens on a military base, there are protocols. A small handful of people are responsible for assessing the situation, restoring order, and making sure everything is handled by the book. At RAF Woodbridge in 1980, that responsibility belonged to one man, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halt, the deputy base commander. It was his job to make sure things ran smoothly, to ensure nothing slipped through the cracks, and if something did, to contain it. Halt wasn't on duty that first night. He'd been off for Christmas, perhaps visiting family, or enjoying a rare good meal at his favourite pub in nearby Orford. For him, a quiet evening, nothing out of the ordinary. But by the time he returned to Woodbridge the next day, something had shifted. Not officially, no alarms, no reports, just the low hum of unease you only notice after years on duty. The base was murmuring, stories were circulating. Lights in the trees, a patrol gone quiet. One or two of the younger officers were even joking about abductions, but the kind of jokes you only make when something actually scares you. Apparently, one man was going around saying he touched something out there in the woods, and that time had felt different. Halt had heard nonsense before. This wasn't that. This felt different. But still, the word UFO carries a kind of weight that sticks to things and gets into paperwork. You don't go looking for that kind of attention, not if you can help it. But late on the night of December 27th, or perhaps it was already the 28th, time blurs a little when you're chasing lights through a frozen forest. Something happened. Something so profound that in Halt's eyes, he no longer had a choice but to report it. Halt hadn't planned to spend any time in the cold that night. He was attending an officers' banquet, a Christmas gathering, formal but warm, a family affair, with recognition being given to various men for their service that year. There were handshakes, speeches, laughter echoing off the walls of the hall. That's when someone came to him, not loudly, not in panic, just nervous. They didn't speak in the hall. Instead, they stepped aside, into a narrow cloakroom near the back, the only place nearby where they could speak without being overheard. The officer leaned in. "Sir, the lights are back." No jokes this time. No murmurs or second-hand rumours. The look in the man's eyes said it all. Whatever had happened out there on Boxing Day morning was happening again. By now the story of the first sighting had worked its way through the base like a rumour with legs, but this wasn't a rumour. There were lights again, and this time they were still visible. So Halt assembled a small team, not a full patrol, just a handful of men, a radiation monitor, a cassette recorder, and a notepad. "We'll walk out, take a look," he said, "get it on tape, and put the story to bed." But stories like this, don't go to bed. Halt and his men stepped out into the cold, the kind of cold that snaps branches and makes your breath hang in the air like smoke. The night was dry, still, no wind, just the hard glitter of stars above the tree line. The forest felt staged, too quiet, too still, like a room that had been tidied for inspection or abandoned in a hurry. The team made their way along the forest's perimeter, boots crunching on the frosted ground. One of the men, Sergeant Neville's, held the radiation meter, an APN-27 Geiger counter, a standard-issue radiation detection device used by the US military during that era. Neville swept it across the area in slow, deliberate arcs. The needle stayed quiet, for now. They followed a trail through the trees, the same route the first patrol had taken 2 nights before. And there, in a small clearing, they found it. 3 indentations in the frozen earth, arranged in a near-perfect triangle, about 8 feet apart. The ground around them was undisturbed. No tire marks, no footprints, just those 3 points, pressed deep into the soil, as if something heavy had rested there, briefly. Nearby trees showed signs of scorching, not burned exactly, but affected. Branches snapped, bark peeled, a kind of damage you don't get from weather. The radiation readings came next. The meter began to tick, softly at first, then sharper as they swept it over the impressions. About 7/10, Halt noted aloud. Not dangerous, but significantly above background, about 8 or 9 times higher. Then he saw it, a pulsing red light hovering through the trees, not flashing like an aircraft beacon, pulsing, rhythmic, deliberate. A distant eye, not searching, just wandering, silently, impossibly, weaving through the forest. As it moved, fragments fell away from it, like molten metal breaking off in slow motion, dripping toward the forest floor without a sound. And then the animals stirred, not gradually, violently. A sudden wave of agitation surged through the undergrowth. Birds erupted from the trees, deer bolted through the brush, rabbits and foxes scattered into the dark. The forest was alive with panic, as if every creature had felt something approach that the human mind hadn't caught up to. Whatever this was, nature noticed first. Just as it seemed to start to move toward Halt and his crew, they moved toward it, stumbling through the trees in a kind of disorganized, clumsy pursuit. There it is again, straight ahead. It's moving. The cassette recorder captured everything. The tension in Halt's voice, and the object dancing almost playfully through the trees. Just as they started to get close, it moved out of the trees and into an adjacent field, where it exploded silently into pieces. At least that's how it seemed. The single red light became several, white lights breaking off, darting silently in different directions, before disappearing into nothing. Halt and his men moved between the trees, scanning the forest floor, looking for any trace of the molten fragments they thought they'd seen falling. But there was nothing. No scorch marks, no debris, just pine needles and frost. Whatever had been dripping hadn't landed. Then one of the men pointed upward. More of them, he said. To the north, hanging low above the treetops, were several new objects, elliptical and round, like inverted bowls of light, gliding across the sky in wide, deliberate arcs. Not aircraft, not satellites, not ours. And it was in this moment, watching these silent shapes drift above the forest, that Halt made a decision. Up to this point, he'd deliberately left Airman John Burroughs behind. Burroughs had been in close proximity to the initial events on Boxing Day morning, but despite his name being mentioned again and again over the past 24 hours, Halt had kept him at arm's length, not out of doubt, but caution. Halt didn't want past experience clouding present observation, didn't want Burroughs, unintentionally or otherwise, influencing the other men on patrol. But what they were seeing now changed everything. The shapes in the sky weren't a rumour, and Burroughs' experience was no longer background. It was central. Halt radioed for him to be brought to the scene. The lights in the sky moved without sound, and more impossibly, without inertia, stopping, turning, reversing mid-air, as if physics had been traded for choreography. But it wasn't random. It was calculated. Their paths formed patterns, methodical, as if they were conducting some kind of grid search from above, sweeping the forest, looking for something, or someone. As they watched the lights to the north, silent, calculated, impossibly precise, more lights appeared to the south, smaller at first, but moving with impossible speed. They didn't glide in, they arrived, as if space itself had folded to let them through. Burroughs arrived soon after, and as soon as he did, everything changed. One of the objects passed directly overhead, no more than 5,000 feet above them. No sound, no vibration, just presence, quiet, looming, and inescapable. Then the beams began, not like searchlights, not like anything they'd seen before. Thin, white columns of light just a couple of feet in diameter, narrow and direct, dropped from the object above. They didn't spill or scatter. They reached. One touched down just a few feet away, steady and soundless, lighting the ground but casting no shadow. Another further off between the trees, and then another even closer. They weren't scanning, they were selecting, measuring, marking. "They're sending down beams," Halt said into the recorder, his voice low but certain, "right at our feet." Then, suddenly, one of the beams struck John Burroughs directly. He stumbled backwards and fell, as if something had physically forced him down. No burn, no heat, but something had made contact. It wasn't just light. The team stood frozen beneath it all, half in awe, half in calculation, brains trying to comprehend the incomprehensible. No one moved. There was nowhere to go that the light hadn't already found. And then, just like that, it was gone. No fade out, no retreat, just a flick, as if someone somewhere had flipped a switch. The beams, the object, the lights, all vanished in an instant, leaving only the eerie silence of speechless men and awe-inspiring confusion. But before they could even process what they'd seen, another object appeared, this time to the south, maybe a mile away, hovering directly over RAF Woodbridge. And it was doing the same thing. Beams of light, thin and exact, descending over the base in perfect silence. Probing, scanning, or perhaps targeting. The men exchanged looks. They didn't say it out loud, but they didn't have to. Everyone knew what was being kept at the base. Not officially, of course, but unofficially, everybody knew. Nuclear ordnance, stored beneath bunkers, guarded around the clock. And now, illuminated from above by something no one could explain. Was this a test? A warning? Or the opening act of something far worse? For a moment, standing there in the dark, the thought crept in. Is this what the end of the world looks like? Once their minds began to catch up, or perhaps just gave up trying to make sense of what they'd seen, instinct took over. Training kicked in. They reached for protocol. Halt immediately ordered radio contact with the control centres, Woodbridge Tower, Bentwater's Command, security dispatch. Anyone who might confirm what they were seeing or provide some kind of instruction. But the radios were a mess. Static, dropouts, half-sentences, signals breaking up and fading in and out, like the forest itself was interfering. One moment the signal was clear, the next, garbled and gone. The trees had swallowed the transmission. They were speaking into a vacuum. And through it all, Lieutenant Colonel Halt did what he was trained to do. He documented. As Deputy Base Commander, accuracy was his job. Chain of command, incident logs, timelines. When things went sideways, He was the one who made sure the story stayed straight, and tonight was no different. At his side was his trusty cassette recorder, a standard bit of kit, but one he'd carried for years. Clicks, whirs, silence, clicks again. And in the early 1980s, you were lucky to get 30 minutes of clean audio on a fresh tape, less if the cold got to it. But Halt used it anyway, sparingly but precisely. Click, record, document, stop, click again, capturing key moments as they happened, so that his already overloaded brain could afford to let go of the finer details. Because what they were seeing out there, no one was going to believe without a record. There was no escaping this incident, not now. Despite the interference, the radios crackled with voices, confused, overlapping, panicked. Personnel from across the base were reporting the same thing. Lights in the sky, beams coming down, something overhead. Whatever this was, it wasn't confined to a clearing in the woods. Everyone could see it now. The secret was out, and there was no chance of containing it, which meant Halt would have to explain it. To his superiors, to the chain of command, to anyone who would eventually ask why a United States Air Force officer spent hours chasing something that didn't officially exist. And that's where the tape recorder became vital. Not because it provided clarity, it didn't, but because it preserved the confusion. It captured the silences, the interruptions, the breath between sentences, the sound of trained men trying to process the impossible in real time. Halt would later say, the tape didn't hold all of the answers, but it held the moment, and sometimes that's the best you can do. Eventually, the lights faded. The sky returned to stillness, or something close to it, and the forest, so charged just minutes before, now felt hollow, like a stage after the actors have left. No alarms sounded, no objects fell from the sky, and yet, not one of the men believed it was over. The patrol began the slow walk back to the perimeter. No one spoke much. There was nothing useful to say. Each one of them was trying, quietly, to fit what they'd seen into the shape of something familiar. A weapon test, an atmospheric illusion, anything with edges. But nothing fit. When they reached the vehicles, Halt clicked the recorder off one final time. Not with closure, just exhaustion. They had their measurements, their impressions in the ground, the radiation readings, the tape, and more importantly, each other. Because now it wasn't just a rumour, not some wild story passed around over breakfast. They'd all seen it, and once you see something like that, it doesn't go back in the box. Back at the base, Halt knew what had to happen next. He needed a full account of what had happened 2 nights before. No more fragments, no speculation, just a clear official record, something fit for the report. So he did what any good officer would do. He followed procedure. He called the men in formally, documented interviews, statements taken under regulation, every detail logged, every account recorded. Because when you're the deputy base commander, and something like this happens on your watch, you don't rely on memory, you rely on testimony and data. And what those men described was far stranger than anything Halt had seen in the forest himself. He thought he was gathering statements, establishing a timeline, following protocol. But something else was already in motion. Because while Halt was doing things by the book, someone else was writing a different book entirely. What he didn't know, what he was never briefed on, was that some of these men were already being pulled aside, quietly, off the official record, subjected to something far more invasive. And that's the truth about stories like this. There's always another version being told in a room you're not allowed into. What happened at Rendlesham Forest wasn't just a sighting. It was what you might call a mass sighting. Multiple trained observers across multiple nights, all reporting something they couldn't explain. What emerged in Halt's interviews was a tangle, a mess of overlapping stories, mismatched timelines, and accounts that didn't just diverge, they contradicted. Some spoke of lights, others of solid craft. Some remembered time slowing down. Others couldn't account for entire blocks of it. And yet, within the chaos, there were threads that held, frightening details that synced up perfectly, moments that couldn't have been coordinated, yet matched with uncanny precision. Perhaps that's the nature of the phenomenon. Maybe it doesn't want to be captured cleanly. Maybe it fractures the moment as it passes through, leaving behind shreds instead of a whole. But the men Halt spoke to, their voices didn't shake like lyres. They didn't seem eager to impress. In fact, most of them wanted to forget. And what they remembered, what they were willing to share, was harrowing. Halt sat alone in a small interview room. A plain desk, 2 chairs, no windows, just the kind of institutional beige that made everything feel less real. There was already a notepad in front of him, a pen uncapped. The tape recorder, a newer model this time, was loaded and ready. A knock on the door. Then it opened. Sergeant James Penniston stepped inside. Halt nodded to him, motioned to the chair opposite, and Penniston sat down carefully, like someone who hadn't yet decided how much they were going to say. The air between them felt thick. Both men had seen something extraordinary. But now, in the fluorescent stillness of this room, that night in the forest felt distant, almost fictional. Neither spoke first. 2 soldiers, 2 witnesses, both waiting to see who would speak it aloud, who would risk making it real. Penniston broke first. A long breath out. Then, "I didn't think it was real, sir. Not at first." Halt pressed record. "Start at the beginning." "It starts with lights," Penniston said. "From the east, low and bright, but not like landing lights. Just steady. Too steady." Staff Sergeant James Penniston was the on-duty flight chief at RAF Woodbridge that night. He wasn't on patrol. He was at the base when Airman First Class John Burrows and Staff Sergeant Bud Steffens reported in, claiming to have seen unusual lights descending into the nearby forest. They believed it could have been a downed aircraft, a possible crash. Penniston took the call seriously. A crash meant lives, responsibility, action. He quickly made his way to the east gate, accompanied by Airman Edward Cabanzag, who had served as their on-site radio relay. There, he met with Burrows and Steffens to assess the situation for himself. "When I got there, I could see it," he said. "Through the trees, something was glowing. It wasn't flashing like aircraft lights. It was just holding." Word came through from the control tower. There had been a radar contact, an unidentified bogey, flying without a transponder, last seen directly over Woodbridge Base. Following standard protocol, they made a series of calls to nearby installations: Bentwaters, Heathrow, London Centre, even civilian air traffic control. No emergency calls, no aircraft reported missing, but the radar return was real. To Penniston, that felt like confirmation. Something had been in their airspace, and if it wasn't accounted for now, it might be on the ground. After a brief discussion, the decision was made. They would investigate. "We were authorized to go off base by the duty officer," Penniston said. "We took an aircraft crash kit and followed standard procedure." Penniston took the lead, with Burrows and Cabanzag falling in behind. Steffens stayed at the gate to maintain security, he added. And with that, the 3 men crossed into the forest in the jeep, expecting the worst. But Rendlesham Forest wasn't easy terrain. The path was uneven, dotted with small berms and shallow hills. the kind that made the vehicle lurch and rock uncomfortably with every dip. It felt like the Jeep might tip at any moment, Penniston later recalled. They drove as far as they could, but eventually the forest won. The road narrowed, the ground rose and fell too sharply. They killed the engine, stepped out into the frost. From there, they continued on foot, crash kit in hand. It came with the usual tools, Penniston explained. First aid, gloves, marker flags, and a camera. In any real crash scenario, documentation is critical. Photos, notes, timelines. Every detail matters when aircraft and lives are involved. So he took notes when he could, filmed when he could. It's just how he was trained. But what they were walking toward wasn't a crash, and the rules they'd followed all their careers weren't going to apply. It was shortly after making their way on foot that events started to shift into the realms of the weird. Radio communication, which had been cleared just moments before, started to break up. Bursts of static, garbled words, and long stretches of silence. I tried to check in, he recalled. Standard security call, just letting base know we were proceeding, but I couldn't get through. He instructed Airman Kabanzag to stay behind near the Jeep, to act as a comms relay, relaying messages back to the East Gate, where Sergeant Chandler had taken over from Stephens and was stationed to forward any updates directly to the command tower. It was a clean setup, by the book, a protocol designed to keep communication stable during off-base operations. Penniston and Burrows pressed on, deeper into the trees. With every step, the forest seemed to tighten, the branches leaning in just a little too much, as if they were stepping past something they weren't supposed to cross. By now, even the short-range transmissions between them were breaking up. Bursts of static, sudden dropouts, and long stretches of dead air. Whatever they were walking toward, it was interfering with everything. Still, Penniston continued to send updates, his voice calm and collected, not knowing if anyone was hearing a word of it. He continued, "As we got closer, I realized we weren't dealing with a crash. There was no fire, no debris, no sound, no smell of burning JP-4 jet fuel, just this object, sitting in the clearing, still obscured by the surrounding dense forest. But there was sound, not from the object, but from the forest itself. At first I thought it was screaming," he admitted. High-pitched, distant, like people crying out for help. But it wasn't people. It was animals. Foxes, birds, maybe deer. All crying out at once, their usual rhythms broken, their instincts on fire. The sounds came from every direction, echoing through the trees like a warning only living things understand. They knew something was wrong, he said, long before we did. And then, as Penniston and Burrows stepped into the clearing, the object pulsed. There was a sudden light, Penniston said. Blinding, white, blue, it came from the top of the craft. It wasn't a flash in the air, it was contained, like the whole object had momentarily ignited from within. The men staggered to the ground, Burrows dropped to his knees. Penniston blinked through the brightness, stunned. Even Kabanzag, further back near the Jeep, had to shield his eyes. It lit up everything, he said, like daylight, but colder, wrong. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light dimmed, not off, but down. The object now sat quietly illuminated, glowing from within like a coal pulled from the fire. And finally, Penniston could describe it in detail. He described it as a black triangular craft, smooth, seamless, and roughly the size of a small car, about 9 feet wide at the base, maybe 7 feet high. No cockpit, no windows, just solid angles and strange markings etched along the surface. Penniston raised the film camera from the crash kit, hands shaking slightly as he tried to snap as many photos as possible. I didn't have time to check the settings, he said, I didn't know what mode it was in, what the focus distance was. I just aimed and pressed the shutter. It wasn't resting on the ground the way a vehicle should. It was hovering, low, maybe inches above the forest floor. Penniston, ever the investigator, got down on all fours, pressing his palms into the frozen earth as he leaned forward to look beneath it. There was nothing there, he said. No landing gear, no struts, no contact with the ground at all. Just a sliver of shadow, and the bare frosted clearing beneath it, untouched. The object hung there, impossibly still, fixed to nothing, as though the laws of physics had simply paused. Completely silent. And suddenly, so was the forest. The cries had stopped. The chattering, the rustling, the shrill alarm calls, gone. It was like something had hit mute on the whole environment, Penniston said. No branches snapped, no wings fluttered, just the cold air and the low electric weight of something unnatural hanging in the clearing. It reminded me of a ritual, he added quietly. You know the kind. The animals go mad, then stop, like they know something's about to happen. And they're waiting, like they're holding their breath. And there they were, the men, standing at the edge of something vast and unknowable. Witnesses, participants, subjects, whether they liked it or not. That's when Penniston approached. I don't know why, just I felt I needed to. Burroughs stayed back, I told him to. He did what I said, but it was like he couldn't hear me. Penniston stepped forward slowly, his feet laboured, the air dense and charged. It was like static, but heavier. I could feel it in my chest, my teeth, he said. And then he reached out and placed his hand on the surface. I didn't feel fear, he continued. I felt summoned. It was warm, not hot, warm, like it had been alive a moment before, and the surface, as smooth as glass. It looked like it had been poured from a mould. Under his fingertips, the surface vibrated softly, smouldering and rippling under the surface with red and blue light, an electric feeling but without sound. And then he noticed the markings. Symbols, arranged in a band along one side, not painted, etched, precise, geometric. A language or something like one. Not military, not human, but strangely hieroglyphic. Penniston brushed his hand over to them. His fingers traced the shapes carefully, reverently. They felt rough like sandpaper, raised just slightly from the surface, as if they'd been burned in with surgical precision. I didn't recognize them, Penniston said, but I knew they meant something. They weren't decorative, they were instructions, a message, or maybe a signature. His training kicked in. Even as his mind raced, his hands acted with purpose. He reached into his jacket, pulled out his notebook, and began to sketch. The shape of the craft, its proportions, and the symbols. One glyph in particular stood out, more prominent than the others, larger. A triangle with a circle in each corner. He couldn't stop looking at it. There was something about it, a kind of visual gravity, like it was the key. He reached his hand forward to touch it, and when his hand met the triangle, that's when it hit. A flash of white light, so bright it swallowed everything, brighter than the sun, but it didn't burn, it enveloped. Penniston staggered for a moment, his eyes wide but blind. He wasn't seeing the forest anymore, just pure light, and something beneath it. "When I touched it, something happened," he said. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't a vision. It was like something was being delivered to me directly. Not a thought, not an image. A stream of information." Penniston went on to testify that, in that moment, he felt something he'd never experienced before. A new emotion. Something outside the normal range of human feeling. Not happiness, not peace, not awe. Something deeper, more profound. "I don't have a word for it," he said. "The closest I can get is completeness. Like everything, the world, the moment, me, was exactly where it was supposed to be. There was no panic, no impulse to run, or even question. Just the unshakable sense that somehow everything was okay." His sense of time vanished. Whether seconds passed or minutes, he couldn't say. And then, without making the decision to, he lifted his hand away. And the moment he did, the light disappeared. Instantly. As quickly as it had come. But what struck him most was that his eyes didn't need to adjust. There was no lingering glare, no after-image. He could see the forest exactly as he had before, as if there had been no blinding light at all. It wasn't light, he later added. Perhaps it was truth itself. The calm he was experiencing didn't last. The soft glow that had pulsed beneath the skin of the craft, those gentle rhythmic waves of light, began to shift. They sped up, flickered faster, like something winding itself up from within. It felt like it was building toward something, Penniston said, like it was getting ready. He didn't wait to find out. He dropped to the ground instinctively, his cheek pressed to the frozen dirt, heart hammering. The air changed again. A low vibration, not quite a sound, rose around him, like the feeling of distant thunder, but closer, sharper, electric. Then, the craft lifted. Not violently, but knowingly, navigating the dense pines as if it knew exactly how much space it had to spare. It rose to the top of the canopy, paused, reoriented itself with a strange fluid motion, and then it was gone. It shot off and out of sight, so fast that if you'd blinked, you might have sworn it had dematerialized right there above the clearing. No roar, no burst of wind, no wake, just gone. Like the moment had never happened at all. For a moment there was nothing, only the echo of absence. The forest itself was still catching its breath. And then the forest returned. The wind moved again through the trees. A twig cracked somewhere deeper in the woods. An owl called out, casual, unconcerned. The branches swayed gently, like nothing had ever disturbed them. The clearing looked ordinary now, still. It was a cruel kind of quiet, a world that had already moved on, while the men who stood there could only stare at the empty air. Penniston turned back toward the trees and saw Burroughs emerging from the shadows, wide-eyed, breathless. Neither spoke at first. There was too much. No words for any of it. But before they could begin to process what had just happened, Burroughs looked up and saw it again. A light moving through the sky above the treetops. Not fast, not yet. He started to run, drawn to it like a moth to a flame. Penniston shouted after him, urging him to stop, to just wait, to just breathe for a second in an attempt to understand what they had just witnessed. But Burroughs didn't stop. He kept running, chasing the light through the trees, until the forest gave way to a farmer's field, a wide stretch of frost-bitten grass that opened toward the coast. Both men stood there scanning the sky, chests heaving, hearts pounding. They caught sight of the nearby Orfordness lighthouse, its slow, methodical beam sweeping across the horizon, and for a brief, confused moment they mistook it for the object. But then, higher, further out, Penniston saw it again, hovering over the North Sea just for a moment. And then, just like before, it was gone. This time, for the last time, vanishing into the cold air above the sea. No trail, no thunderclap, nothing. And then, his radio came alive. A sudden burst of static, followed by a clipped voice. "Patrol unit, report your status, over." Penniston flinched at the sound, not out of fear, but like someone snapping out of a trance. It was like coming up for air, like stepping out of a bubble he hadn't realized he was inside. For the first time in what felt like hours, the signal was clear. Base commander was calling. They wanted answers. But so did Penniston. He keyed the mic. "Where's our backup?" No one had an answer. No second patrol, no medics, no one sent after them. One of many unanswered questions. Either the result of the powers of the unknown, or the muddled haze of a base still riding the come-down from too much turkey and mince pies. A breakdown in reality, and in communication. And that was Penniston's story, his experience. And when he finished speaking, that windowless blank room went quiet. Halt didn't interrupt, didn't press for more. He just sat there silently, facing a man who'd seen something impossible, and was somehow calm about it. Because for all its strangeness, Penniston's account hadn't been frenzied or confused. It was measured, almost clinical, like he'd already made peace with it. Halt didn't know what he expected. Panic maybe, emotion, but instead, he was looking at a man who had touched the unimaginable, and simply chosen not to carry it, to record it and keep moving. Because that's what both of them were trained to do. Penniston finished, closed his notebook, but before leaving, Penniston mentioned one last detail. That the following day, something pulled him back to the site. In the daylight, it felt safer, like the sunlight might make more sense of it. What he found didn't help. 3 indentations in the frozen ground, evenly spaced and pressed deep. He couldn't explain them. They didn't match anything he remembered about the craft, how it moved or hovered. But still, he documented them. He made plaster casts, photographed the area. A souvenir of his time in the Upside Down. There was a pause, then he nodded once, got up and left the room. Just as calm, just as quiet as when he'd walked in. Halt sat alone for a moment, surrounded by the weight of what had just been said. Then he remembered he had a job to do, so he called for John Burroughs. Burroughs entered with a different energy, less composed, like the experience hadn't settled into place, like it was still happening somehow just behind his eyes. He sat across from Halt, not quite still. "I don't remember all of it," he said. "It's weird." Where Penniston's account had been sharp and structured, Burroughs' story bent at the edges. Moments came in fragments, there were gaps, feelings he couldn't quite explain. And soon Halt would realise this wasn't just a different perspective. It might have been a different reality altogether. From Burroughs' perspective, it all started with movement, a decision. After seeing the lights from near the east gate, he and Stephens drove out along the access road, trying to get a closer look. The road curved through the forest, and after a short drive, they came to a crossroads. Left led deeper into the trees, right curved off toward empty farmland, backwards led to the base. They turned around. We weren't going to go in alone, Burroughs explained. We needed a supervisor. This looked like a crash, and that meant protocol. They headed back to call for Penniston. That first conversation with Command, as Burroughs recalled it, confirmed their suspicion. This was being treated like a possible downed craft. No mention of anything unusual, no hint that anyone thought it was anything but an accident. Once Penniston arrived and took the lead, they returned to the forest together, just as Penniston had described. But it was when the jeep became undrivable, the terrain too uneven, the forest too dense, that the story started to diverge. Burroughs remembered the ground sloping too steeply, forcing them to continue on foot. The cold had deepened, and the trees pressed in from all sides. He followed close behind Penniston, boots crunching softly in the frost. And then, through the trees, he saw it. A soft orange light glowing, not quite resting, not quite floating. Like a burning orb held in place by something unseen. Similar to Penniston's testimony, the air felt strange, thick with static, like the moment before a lightning strike. Hair on edge, teeth buzzing. A low-frequency pressure that didn't make a sound, but pushed into your body all the same. Burroughs couldn't tell how far away it was. The light seemed to bend perception itself, like it was both close and impossibly distant at the same time. It reminded him of something familiar, but hard to name. That sensation in dreams when you try to look at something directly, but the more you focus, the more it slips away. Like your mind won't let you see it, or maybe like it isn't meant to be seen. He blinked, and in that blink, everything changed. A flash, white, full body, full mind, and then silence. The forest was the same. The cold was the same. But the light was gone. And so was time. There was no transition, no moment of watching the object vanish. It was simply no longer there. Burroughs looked around, confused, disoriented. Something had happened, something he couldn't hold on to. A missing frame in the film, a skipped heartbeat in memory, like reality had blinked too. Penniston was beside him. Kabansag's voice came faintly over the radio, trying to check they were alive. The same minds trying to comprehend the incomprehensible. Whatever had just occurred, Burroughs couldn't explain it, and time wouldn't help. Because when they re-established contact and looked down at their watches, both were running 45 minutes slow, perfectly in sync with each other, but completely out of sync with reality. As if something had paused them, held them in place, while the rest of the world carried on. And in the silence that followed, no one spoke of it directly, not right away. Because how do you explain that kind of dislocation, that fracture in time? You check your watch, then check someone else's, and both are wrong, but wrong in exactly the same way. Halt noted it quietly, just another line in a growing notebook of impossibilities. Halt closed his notebook for a moment, looked up, and asked Burroughs one final question. "Do you remember what happened when you and I went to investigate?" he asked. "When the beam hit you?" Burroughs blinked, paused. There was no dramatic reaction, just a faint crease in his brow, like something familiar was sitting just out of reach. "No," he said. "I remember the lights. I remember going to investigate with you. But not that. Halt nodded slowly. There was no judgment in his face, just the quiet recognition that whatever had happened out there was still happening, somewhere in the minds and memories of the men who stood beneath that sky. There were more witnesses, too many to count, really, each with their own vantage point, their own memories, their own truth. And while we focused on a few tonight, Penniston, Burroughs and Halt, this story doesn't belong to any one man. It's a kaleidoscope of moments, some documented, some whispered, some still locked inside classified memos. But this isn't about settling on a single version. It's about laying the puzzle pieces down and seeing if any of the edges start to meet. Because no matter who you believe, something happened. And that quiet ambiguity was exactly the tone Lieutenant Colonel Halt chose to take in his official report. A memo never intended for public eyes. Dated January 13th, 1981, Halt's 3-page summary was clinical, restrained, almost deliberately underwhelming, titled simply, Unexplained Lights. No grand claims, no mention of contact, just a careful catalogue of events. Lights seen descending into the forest, strange impressions in the ground, elevated radiation readings, and further sightings in the sky the following night, including beams of light directed at sensitive areas of the base. Nothing embellished, nothing to feed the tabloids, just enough to make you raise an eyebrow and wonder. And the aftermath of the memo? Well, that's where the real strangeness begins. In the days and weeks that followed, Halt continued to do what he was trained to do. He interviewed, he documented, he investigated, he learned. He patiently awaited a response, either from the US military or from the British authorities. An explanation, a debrief, some kind of directive. After all, he was the deputy base commander. If anyone was supposed to be kept in the loop, it was him. But the response never came. No follow-up, no inquiry, no classified memo sliding across his desk. In fact, Halt was quietly told that since the events had occurred on British soil, it was not their jurisdiction, that perhaps the best thing to do was to shut the book, absolve themselves of responsibility, and get on with their lives. But a pattern began to emerge, a quiet one, subtle at first. During a routine organisational inspection of the NSA, perhaps in relation to its security activity at the base, just another line in the deputy base commander's calendar, Halt began to sense something was off. Whispers between departments, cross-reference logs that didn't quite align. It was enough to suggest that multiple government agencies had quietly run their own investigations into the Rendlesham incident. And as Halt continued to probe, men he'd already interviewed became suddenly unavailable, transferred, busy, hard to pin down. And when they did talk, they talked differently. Their stories were tighter, polished, too polished. One of them even looked startled to see Halt still asking questions, like he wasn't supposed to be. But the secret couldn't be contained forever, because Halt wasn't just a witness. He was persistent, and his quiet, steady dedication to the truth began to uncover stories, ones that, if true, were more disturbing than anything seen in the forest itself. He learned that strange people had begun appearing across the area in the days after the encounter. Not soldiers, not officials, just men, well-dressed, clean-cut, asking questions. British citizens in sleepy coastal villages suddenly being approached by Americans with polished shoes and calm voices, wanting to know if they'd seen anything unusual. One local radar control tower reported having visitors who came looking for their data tapes and then suddenly stopped reporting anything at all. Police blotters, the official logbook used to track call-outs and report incidents, vanished. Not lost, not misplaced, removed. As if whatever happened in Rendlesham was being edited out of history. But what disappointed Halt most, more than the silence, more than the misdirection, was what he learned about the men he'd interviewed. Men who looked him in the eye and told him what they'd seen. Over the course of his investigation, despite the roadblocks placed in front of him, Halt began to hear rumours that some of the same men had been pulled aside by the Office of Special Investigations, interrogated, allegedly hypnotised, and drugged. Halt has since testified that he suspects the substance used was sodium pentothal, truth serum to you and me. Popular culture has made its name familiar, but not its danger. Outside of tightly controlled medical conditions, sodium pentothal can be fatal. Its use in interrogations is widely condemned and legally recognised as a form of torture, and despite its nickname, it's actually a poor tool for uncovering the truth, often just as likely to implant false memories as it is to retrieve real ones. But maybe that was the point. Maybe these men weren't being questioned. Maybe they were being handled. It was a darker version of events than even Halt had imagined, and he hadn't imagined much. As a quick sidebar, I want to take just a couple of minutes to talk about my own experience, one that eerily echoes these events. In November 2024, a US-run military base just 50 miles north of Rendlesham Forest began experiencing nightly intrusions by what were described as drones. Jets were scrambled, flight restrictions were imposed, and yet nothing could stop these lights from appearing over RAF Lakenheath, which, at the time, was rumoured to be preparing for the arrival of nuclear weapons. This went on for several weeks, witnessed by thousands of military personnel and local residents, a pattern of luminous delinquency that seemed to mirror the events of 1980. I have it on direct account, from a close acquaintance, someone I trust, that local residents were visited by individuals identifying themselves as agents from the Office of Special Investigations. Now, the full story of what happened at Lakenheath deserves its own deep dive, and we'll get to that in another video. But I mention it here for one important reason. Whatever this is, it isn't just history. It's still happening, and sometimes it leaves a mark. Not just on radar, not just on memory, but on the body. John Burroughs, one of the first men to step into that forest in December 1980, would later develop a serious heart condition, a complete blockage of a major artery. And for years, when he tried to access his own military medical records in order to get treatment, he was denied. The records existed, but they were classified. A man injured in the line of duty, and no one would say why or how. It wasn't until 2015, after a long legal battle and with the help of Arizona Senator John McCain, that the US Department of Veterans Affairs finally acknowledged Burroughs' injury as service-connected and granted him full medical disability. But what they didn't do was explain what caused the vast number of health problems that Burroughs has since developed. To this day, even Burroughs doesn't have access to his full medical records. Some remain classified, locked away under the same silence that's followed him since the forest. Instead, he has to place his trust in the doctors assigned to him, trust that they understand what they're treating, trust that the cocktail of medications they administer can keep the symptoms at bay. The symptoms of a man who, by all accounts, was touched by something beyond understanding. No answers, no accountability. just a man with a damaged heart and a forest full of questions. Whatever happened at Rendlesham was not without consequence. And what of Penistone? Rendlesham left its mark on him in a different way. In the days following the strange December morning, something began to gnaw at the edges of his mind. Not fear exactly, but pressure. The information he'd received in the clearing, hand-delivered by some kind of interstellar postman, refused to stay quiet. It sat there in his mind, sealed and pulsing like an unopened letter, demanding to be read. And eventually, it found a way out. He opened his notebook, the same one he used to sketch the craft, the symbols, and began writing. Ones and zeros, line after line, page after page, seemingly random, nonsensical, a stream of binary that made no sense until years later. It was then, upon rediscovering those strange pages, that he recognized the pattern. It wasn't random. It was structured. A message. Rudimentary binary, but unmistakably deliberate. And when translated, it would send the Rendlesham story spiraling from the eerie into the surreal. Exploration of Humanity 666-8100. Continuous for planetary advance. That was the message, followed by a list of coordinates, points scattered across the earth like breadcrumbs for something older. Caracol, Belize, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Nazca Lines, sacred sites, ancient mysteries, and one that led to a spot far beneath the Atlantic Ocean, just off the western coast of Ireland, a phantom landmass known as High Brazil, once marked on old sea charts. Then came the final line. Eyes of your eyes, origin year, 8100. What this means, if it means anything, is still debated. Some call it proof, others call it delusion, or even fraud. But whatever it is, it came from a man who touched something no one could explain, and carried a message he never asked to receive. A message that waited in the margins of his memory, unfolding only when the time was right, if it was ever right. Because the further you follow stories like this, the more you realize they don't lead to conclusions. They lead to questions, endless ones, about contact, about control, about whether we're the ones watching the stars, or being watched in return. And Rendlesham? It didn't end in that clearing, not for Penistone, not for Burroughs, not for Halt, not for any of them. Because once something like that touches you, really touches you, it doesn't leave. It lingers in the quiet, in the doubt, in the parts of your mind that never quite stop asking, what really happened that night? And why me? There's far more to this story, threads we haven't pulled yet, layers we haven't peeled back, enough to warrant a second video, and there will be one in due course. But for now, we've already seen more than enough to sit with. The Rendlesham incident is a tapestry woven with miscommunication, disinformation, and inconsistencies. But that's the territory we operate within, here at the Dreamland Motel. Thanks for staying with us tonight. If you made it this far, you're one of us. If you enjoyed your stay at the Dreamland Motel, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and ring the bell so you don't miss your next reservation. Got theories, memories, stories passed down in whispers? Leave them in the comments. We always read the guest book. Until next time, sleep well. And remember, the forest doesn't always let you walk out. the same way you came in. It's been loud out there lately. Too loud to think. Too loud to feel. Sirens, headlines, the dry click of talking heads. It's as if the world's volume has been stuck on maximum. Every screen screams for attention. Every corner of the planet rattles like a pressure cooker. And just beneath it all, a steady drumbeat. Missiles, marches, the old songs of war. We tell ourselves we're making progress, but it feels like something's cracking, like we've built ourselves a beautiful glass tower and can't stop throwing stones at it. And it makes me start to wonder, what if all the noise, all the division, all the fear was given to us deliberately? Because when you strip it all back, most people still believe in the same things: life, freedom, love, safety, a future. But somewhere along the way, those quiet truths got buried beneath louder ones, and now, somehow, we're trying to rid the world of suffering by causing more of it. So tonight, here at the Dreamland Motel, we've opened the door to room 62. It doesn't get many visitors, but it's never truly empty. Some say this room has a strange echo, not with footsteps, not with voices, but with memories and impressions. Because once, not long ago, a message was sent to us, not through the wires or satellites or political speeches, but through silence. It came on a warm September day to a dusty schoolyard in a part of the world most of us never think about. It came to children, and they listened. What they saw, what they felt, was real to them. Real in the way dreams are sometimes more honest than the waking world. And what they brought back wasn't fear. It was a warning, and maybe a chance. But we didn't hear them. We were too loud, too busy, too adult. So tonight, let's do something rare. Let's be still. Let's listen. And if you find something here worth holding on to, a feeling, a memory, or a message, please consider liking, subscribing, or sharing the Dreamland Motel. It helps us keep the lights on and the doors open for anyone else who might be passing through. And let us know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now, let's begin our exploration of the Ariel School UFO incident. In 1994, on the edge of a quiet town in Zimbabwe, one of the strangest encounters in modern UFO history took place. But you won't hear about it on most top 10 lists. There was no crash, no metal debris, no presidents briefed behind closed doors. Just a group of school children at recess, and something watching them. We're starting this episode with a brief overview, because unless you've gone digging through the forums, archives, or old VHS interviews, you may not have heard this story at all. And if what the witnesses say is true, then this wasn't just a sighting. It was contact, and it came with a message, a warning. 62 children, ages 6 to 12, all standing under the same African sun, all staring at something that should not have been there. They described a silver craft, low and silent, just beyond the tree line. They said beings stepped out, small, thin, and dressed in black. Not frightening, but powerful, unnerving perhaps. and then somehow, without a word spoken, a message. About the Earth, about technology, about a future in danger. Many of the children were shaken. Some cried. Others drew pictures, trying to capture what they'd seen, trying to anchor their experience to something solid before the adults arrived and reason took over. They told the teachers, they told their parents, they told anyone who would listen. But the world has a habit of dismissing the voices of children, especially when they speak the truth. This wasn't America. This wasn't Roswell. There were no camcorders rolling, no breaking news ticker, just a dusty playground in Rua, and 62 kids who never forgot what they saw. And if it really happened, if what they experienced and felt was real, then this changes everything. Not just about UFOs, but about us. About how we treat the people we say we protect, and about what we're willing to ignore when truth comes from the mouths of children. This is about meaning, and if we're brave enough to sit with it, we might see something very old hiding in plain sight. It just needs to be received. Rua is not a place most people of the world think about, and in 1994 this was especially true. A small agricultural town just outside Harare, quiet, sun-baked, and sitting on the seam between tradition and transition. Zimbabwe had emerged from colonial rule just over a decade earlier, and though the cities may still have been buzzing with politics and currency exchanges, Rua felt distant from all that. Out here, the roads were red and dusty. The fields lay flat and patient. The sky hung wide and high, with a kind of presence to it. The kind that makes you feel watched even when you're alone, like you're living on the surface of a television screen. The aerial school stood out at the edge of this silence. A private school, modest but well regarded, set among dry grassland and wiry trees. Its classrooms looked out over a brush line that ran all the way to nowhere. It was a multicultural school. Black and white Zimbabwean children, kids from mixed heritage and foreign families. A rare thing, even then. And that's what makes this story so unusual, because it didn't just happen in one culture's imagination. This happened at a meeting point, a place between languages, between beliefs, between what's expected and what isn't. 2 days before the aerial encounter, something strange happened in the skies over southern Africa. A long, fiery streak cut across the night, seen from Harare to Johannesburg. It was beautiful, frightening, unmistakable. Later, it was identified as a re-entry of a Zenit 2 rocket booster, a spent stage from a satellite launch. But in that moment, for many, it was a visitation. Phones rang, radios buzzed. People stepped out of their homes and pointed, and a murmur passed through the region, a kind of invisible tension. And it wasn't just the fireball. Across Zimbabwe, and as far as South Africa, reports had been pouring in. Lights in the sky, low, erratic, moving in sharp angles, changing colour, hovering silently. Witnesses described them as too fast, too stable, too intelligent to be falling space junk. Minor UFO mania, the newspapers called it. But to those watching the skies, it felt like something more, like the curtain between worlds had thinned, and something was reaching through it, again and again. At the aerial school, the days carried on as usual. Assemblies, lessons, breaks beneath the shade of old trees. No one was really expecting anything. But on September the 16th, 1994, there was a charge in the air. Not electric, not stormy, just alert, like the brush behind the fence was watching. The teachers prepared for a routine Friday. The children spilled into the schoolyard, and the sky, so recently lit with fire, was calm again, clear and empty, for now. Because what happened next was no fireball, no distant light streaking across the sky, no celestial flash mistaken for something it wasn't. What the children saw wasn't up there at all. It was here, on the ground. No burning in the upper atmosphere. It was something far closer to home. It began like any other morning break. The children flooded into the open space between the classrooms. Some clustered beneath the trees, others kicked up dust in a game only they understood. It was hot, dry, late morning. The teachers were inside, gathered for a staff meeting. The children were left to themselves, watched over by the older children and the natural rhythm of the playground. But the atmosphere quickly changed. Some of the children turned toward the brush beyond the fence. A line of trees marked the edge of the school grounds, thick, wild, separating the playing field from untamed scrubland. They saw something silver, shining and motionless, hovering just above the ground. It wasn't large, not by adult standards, but it held presence. The descriptions vary in small ways: a disc, an oval, a round craft with a metallic sheen, but the details that matter stayed the same. It made no sound, it didn't wobble or sway, it just hung there still, in anticipation. And then, movement. Figures emerging from the brush near the object. Small, thin, wearing tight black suits. Their skin was pale, their heads large, their eyes enormous, dark and unblinking. One child described the way they moved. It wasn't like walking, it was more like floating. Another said it looked like they were moving in slow motion, as if time worked differently around them, as if they were gliding through something thicker than air. A few children screamed and ran back to the school. Those that remained stood frozen, somewhere between paralyzed and transfixed. One girl would later say that she tried to look away but couldn't. Something had reached into her mind and anchored her in place. Whatever it was invited her to take a step forward. An invitation that for some reason she couldn't refuse. And then came the message. Not spoken, not even heard, but felt. It arrived like a wave inside her head. Pure meaning. Images, ideas, warnings. Another girl grabbed her hand in an attempt to try and snap her out of this trance, but it had the opposite effect. It brought her along for the ride. The images in her friend's mind were now flooding into hers. Forests dying, machines swallowing the planet. One of the girls said she felt something like sadness, but deeper, like the earth itself was afraid. The children would later struggle to describe it. They knew something had been communicated, but they just didn't have the words. But it stayed with them. Years later it still would. This wasn't a light in the sky, not a story from someone else. This was contact, immediate, personal, undeniable to those who lived it. They were communicating with a being no more than an arm's length away from them. As quickly as the images arrived, they were gone. The figures returned to the craft. The silver object rose slowly, no sound, no fire, just the air bending around it. And then nothing. The brush was still again. The playground returned to its ordinary colour, and the silence, somehow louder than before. For a moment, the children stood there, still wide-eyed, still trying to breathe through whatever had just passed between them. And then, as if the spell had broken, they ran, back toward the school, back to the safety of corridors and chalkboards and adults. They were hysterical, shouting over one another, crying, shaking, pointing back toward the trees. You can imagine the pandemonium. Dozens of children trying to describe something no adult had seen. An experience that, to any teacher listening, could only sound like fantasy. A silver ship, strange beings, a message with no words. The staff tried to calm the situation, tried to get a straight answer. But how do you organise chaos when the truth itself sounds like a dream? What the children received that day was not a lecture, not a statement, not something you could write down and analyse. It was a transmission, through knowing. And what they were left with was weight, a heaviness behind the eyes, a sadness in the chest, a knowing that the world was in trouble. Forests burning, rivers drying, cities falling silent, oceans boiling, and bodies lying in the streets. Technology out of control. One girl described it like a voice inside her saying, "You're not taking care of your planet." Another wept as she tried to explain, not from fear of the beings, but from what she saw through them. It wasn't a threat, it wasn't even anger. It was deep concern, disappointment, grief. These weren't dreams, and they weren't metaphors. They were impressions delivered directly to the soul, bypassing words, bypassing doubt. The kind of message that leaves fingerprints you can't see, but feel for the rest of your life. And for some of the children, that's exactly what happened. Years later, they still speak of it with reverence. They say it was the moment their childhood ended, the moment the world became heavier, more fragile. Because if the beings were real, if what they shared was true, then everything the children had been taught about safety, about separation, about the neat and tidy order of things, was broken. And something far older had stepped in to say, "You're not doing well. You've lost your way, and you don't have much time." They didn't understand the politics of the time. They didn't know the science, but they felt the urgency. And isn't that what a real message does? Not inform, but transform. For a moment, they were alone to deal with the message themselves, the emotion of it, ignored by almost all adults, but those that didn't ignore them could barely understand them. Only a very small select few would be able to understand the children and help them tell their story. Cynthia Hind was one of the only people in Zimbabwe who might have been expected to take them seriously. She wasn't a government official, she wasn't a TV personality. She was a researcher, quiet, determined, and meticulous. Known across southern Africa as the person you called when something strange crossed the sky. And when she heard about what happened at Ariel School, she didn't hesitate. The children had already spoken to their teachers, told their parents, and the parents wanted answers, but the school couldn't provide them. Within 24 hours, the story had spread through the local community like wildfire. Conversation turned into concern, concern into confusion, and confusion inevitably turned into headlines. Tim Leach, a respected journalist working for ITN and the BBC, caught wind of it. He wasn't chasing sensational stories. He'd covered conflict zones, political unrest, the kind of stories that leave scars on your body. But after visiting the school and hearing the children speak, he said, "I could handle war zones, but I could not handle this." It shook him because it didn't make any sense, and because it was real enough to confront even the most grounded parts of him. He tried to help the school navigate the media response, to try and make sense of what happened, or at least to document it carefully. And it was all of this, the flood of attention, the emotional weight of what the children had shared, that drew Cynthia's attention. Cynthia wasn't just a local enthusiast. At the time, she was working with MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, a civilian-led global organization that investigates reports of unidentified aerial phenomena around the world. They aren't a government body, they don't hand out answers, but they take sightings seriously, and they document what others often ignore. So when Cynthia stepped onto the Ariel School grounds, she wasn't chasing a headline, she was doing what she'd done for years, listening when others wouldn't. When she arrived, the children were still rattled. Some were tearful. Others had started drawing what they'd seen. The teachers didn't know what to make of it, only that something had clearly shaken them. Cynthia didn't try to shape the story. She didn't feed them words or lead them to conclusions. She listened, she asked questions slowly. She let them talk in their own way and in their own time. She met with them individually, in groups, on the playground where it happened. And what she found was hard to dismiss. Descriptions matched from children of different ages, cultural backgrounds, and languages. Drawings repeated the same features: a silver disc, a figure with the same large, bottomless black eyes, a message that came without sound. Some of the kids couldn't stop looking at the ground when they spoke. Others stared straight ahead, not scared, but dazed, like something in them was still back there, beneath the trees. Cynthia documented everything: cassette tapes, notes, sketches, photographs of their drawings. She knew this story would be hard to preserve, that the world would soon rush in and flatten it into a hoax, a childhood fantasy, a local curiosity. But in her recordings, you don't hear fantasy. You hear children doing their best to describe something that didn't fit into any of the categories they'd been taught. And that's what struck Cynthia most. Not how perfectly their stories matched, but how they didn't. Some children saw one figure, others saw two or more. Some even described long hair, others none at all. The shapes, the gestures, the reactions, they varied. But the core of it never changed. Something showed up, something landed, someone got out, and gave them a message. She believed them because they weren't rehearsed, because they weren't trying to match each other, because lying children would have gotten their story straight. These children, whatever happened to them, believed what they were saying. And that, to Cynthia, made all the difference. She preserved their testimony, she listened with care. But she also knew this story had reached a place she couldn't take it alone. To truly understand what had happened to these children, not just what they saw, but what they were still carrying, would require someone with a different kind of expertise. And that's where Dr. John Mack enters the story. When the story reached the wider world, it didn't take long for it to find Dr. John Mack, Harvard psychiatrist, Pulitzer Prize winner, highly respected academic, and by the mid-90s, deeply controversial. Not because of anything he'd done to harm his field, but because of what he'd chosen to believe. Mack had spent years studying people who claimed to have experienced alien abductions. He listened. He didn't label them mentally ill. He didn't try to explain it all away. Instead, he asked what most others wouldn't. What if they're telling the truth? Not necessarily about every detail, not literally in every sense, but what if these experiences are real, even if we don't yet understand how? Mack may well have come across the Ariel school case eventually, but again, it was Tim Leach, the BBC journalist, who had visited the site himself, spoken with the head teacher, and seen something in the children that shook him, who first brought it to Mack's attention directly. He didn't pitch a story, he sounded an alarm, that something had happened, that it was serious, and that someone needed to listen. So, Mack booked a flight. A tenured professor from one of the most prestigious universities on Earth, a man who had spent years studying trauma, memory, and the psychology of belief, was now travelling halfway around the world to speak with children who said they saw and communicated with an alien. Let that sink in. He arrived in Zimbabwe just a few weeks after the incident, and he met the children face to face. He didn't question them the way a reporter would. He didn't push for answers the way a scientist might. He simply let them speak, in whatever way felt comfortable for them. In small rooms, quiet spaces, safe places. They told him the same thing they told Cynthia. The craft, the figures, the message. But Mack saw something else too. He saw the impact, the emotional clarity, the kind of conviction that doesn't come from a story made up on the fly. The children weren't itching to retell a carefully crafted story. Many of them struggled to find words at all, and Mack, trained in trauma, in memory, in psychological defense mechanisms, didn't see confusion. He saw children wrestling with something true. In his own words, the children we talked with clearly were talking about a phenomenon that occurred in physical reality. It left virtually no question in our minds. They weren't looking for attention. They weren't even sure they wanted to talk about it. But when they did, they all said the same thing. Maybe not the fine details, but in tone. It happened, it was real, and it had changed something in them. Mack returned to Harvard with his findings. He wrote about Ariel. He spoke about it. But even before the case, he was already facing criticism from his peers. Harvard Medical School launched an investigation, not because he falsified anything, but because he'd taken the claims of abductees seriously. He'd refused to label them as delusions, or the manifestations of the mentally ill. He was eventually cleared, but the stigma remained. In 1995, after a year-long internal review, the Dean reaffirmed Mack's right to continue his research, stating he remained a member in good standing. But another comment widely remembered, summed it up best. The most fundamental right any academic has is the right to be wrong. It wasn't part of the official statement, but it captured the moment perfectly. Mack had wandered off the map of acceptable inquiry, and once you do that, you don't always get welcomed back. But he didn't care about professional safety. He cared about the truth, especially the kinds of truth that don't fit neatly into peer-reviewed journals. To him, the aerial case wasn't just credible, it was profound. A mass contact event witnessed by children, carrying a warning about the planet, delivered in silence, through feeling, across some invisible threshold of understanding. He called it one of the most important events of its kind, because it didn't just ask us to believe in UFOs, it asked us to rethink what it means to be visited, and who we are when someone comes to warn us. Years passed, then decades. The headlines faded, the journalists moved on, and the children grew up. Some stayed in Zimbabwe, others scattered across the world, to Canada, Australia, the UK. They became engineers, nurses, artists, and parents. But something followed them, not in a physical sense, but in a way you carry something that you can't put down. They didn't all stay in touch, they didn't all keep talking about what happened, but when they did talk, even 20, 30 years later, the story hadn't changed, not in essence nor in weight. It wasn't something they came to believe over time. It was something they never stopped believing. They didn't want it to be true, but they couldn't forget how it felt. Some of them say it shaped who they became, that it made them more aware of the world, more cautious, more compassionate. A few did try to forget, to bury it, to dismiss it as childhood imagination. But that never quite worked. Even those who didn't talk about it for years found themselves crying during interviews, out of a sense that something was left unresolved. Because this wasn't just a flash in the sky or a whisper in the trees. It was an encounter, and encounters can leave marks. To the uninitiated, it would be easy to dismiss these encounters, these messages, this knowing as fantasy. Except it's not unique. Across the world, others have described the same kind of moment. Project Aquarius whistleblower Dan Burrish spoke of knowledge transferred not in symbols or speech, but through direct immersion, like memory, emotion, and experience was being poured into him from outside himself. Jim Peniston, during the Rendlesham Forest incident, described receiving a sequence of binary code, but more than that, a telepathic presence so overwhelming he could barely remain standing. An emotion he had never experienced before, and has not experienced since. And the founder of the Disclosure Project and creator of the C5 contact protocols, Dr. Stephen Greer, has emphasized again and again that contact, real contact, is not just a silent conversation. It's a fusion, two minds overlapping, two realities briefly intertwined. A kind of communication that doesn't just deliver meaning, it shares it. Decades later, people are still trying to interpret what the message meant. Some say it was about climate change, others about nuclear war. Some believe it was a plea, a chance for humanity to change course and to evolve. But there's something deeper underneath the specifics, a grief that doesn't belong to a single issue, a sense that these cataclysms aren't a matter of our future, but perhaps their past, or maybe they are one and the same thing. and we just don't yet have the capacity to understand it. And maybe that's what makes it so powerful, because we're not just talking about CO2 levels or data points. We're talking about how we've forgotten what it means to care for each other and for the world we live in. Somehow, in the minds of these children, the message was not about power, but about responsibility. And the strangest part, it didn't feel foreign. It didn't feel like an outside force condemning us. It felt like something we already knew, something we buried, something we needed to remember. In the years since Ariel, the world has only become noisier, more divided, more volatile. We fight over borders, ideas, over gods. We murder in the name of peace, we wage war to end suffering, and we call it progress. Somewhere along the way, we stopped asking if we still knew what mattered, if we even remembered how to listen. So maybe that's what the message was. Not a prophecy, not a threat, but a reminder of what we already knew but no longer live by. Of all the questions that linger after the Ariel school incident, one echoes louder than most. Why children? Why not scientists? Why not soldiers? Why not the media? Why not someone official? Instead, whoever or whatever was behind this encounter chose a school in rural Zimbabwe, a playground at recess. No cameras, no adults, just 62 children, sitting with an experience that no one believed could happen. And yet, maybe that's the point. Children are unburdened by expectations. They don't filter the world through reputation, politics, or protocols. They don't edit their experience to fit the evening news. They see, they feel, and they tell the truth as best they know how, even if the truth is strange. You can hear it in their interviews. There's no sense of performance and no choreography, just the language of raw experience, spilled out with the awkward sincerity of youth. There's a theory, quiet but persistent, that these kind of encounters are not random, that they're selected. Geography and status are entirely irrelevant. Receptivity is everything. That children might be more open to whatever strange frequency this phenomenon operates on, more willing to receive, more willing to believe. Not because they're gullible, but because they're not yet conditioned to ignore the impossible. This is a tragedy, because when children speak truth, we, as adults, listen with a patronizing smile, then explain it away. Imagination, fantasy, misunderstood stimuli. And by the time they're old enough to be taken seriously, they've learned to keep quiet. The Ariel School event is powerful on its own, but it becomes something else entirely when you realize it's not alone. This wasn't the first time children had reported something extraordinary, and I'm sure it won't be the last. In 1966, nearly 30 years before Ariel, students and a teacher at Westall High School in Melbourne, Australia, witnessed the impossible. A round object, silver or white with a domed top, descended behind a line of trees near the school grounds. Some said it was chased by military aircraft. Others in the surrounding area described a faint purple hue and a craft twice the size of a car. More than 200 witnesses watched it hover, dip, and vanish. Afterward, students rushed to the area. They described flattened grass, burned, boiled, pressed into circles. Some said there were landing marks. Air Force personnel arrived soon after, but apparently reported nothing of interest. The landowner, allegedly overwhelmed by attention, burned the field to keep people away. The story faded quickly, no follow-up, no answers, just another entry in the growing file of things we don't talk about. And just a few years before Ariel, in 1989, children in the city of Voronezh, in the Soviet Union, described seeing a glowing red sphere descend into a park. Out of it came a tall humanoid figure, more than 3 meters high, with strange clothing and mechanical movements. The sighting was reported by dozens of students. Even TASS, the official Soviet news agency, picked up the story. It was strange, it was ridiculed, and then it was forgotten. That's what makes Ariel so haunting. Not just what happened, but how familiar it all seems. Crafts that land near schools, silent observers, a deep sense of being seen. A warning not shouted but felt. And always, children. While many of these events faded quickly into the past, the Ariel event gained traction in part because of who paid attention. Dr. John Mack, Tim Leach, and Cynthia Hind. People who weren't looking to build a case, but who listened. And in that listening, something became clear. This wasn't just another sighting. It was a contact event. A moment of connection across whatever boundaries divide us, from whatever it is that's reaching out. This, in my opinion, begs a more urgent question. What are we not seeing? How many of these encounters have gone unreported? How many stories lost because no one was willing to believe a child? And what happens when we stop listening altogether? Before we ask what it would even mean to believe a story like this, we have to be honest about what makes that belief so difficult. Because the truth is, it wasn't a perfect story. Cynthia Hind, the first person to document this event, was already a believer in the phenomenon. So was Dr. John Mack. They came into the story, yes, with open minds, but also with strong priors. And that does matter. I myself am a believer, but I like to think that in that situation, I would have the ability to stay completely objective. But I've never been there. I've never been on the cusp of having a deeply held belief validated by real-world events. In other words, I can't claim with absolute certainty that I would stay impartial. The children, too, weren't interviewed all at once. They weren't separated beforehand. They had days, even weeks, to talk among themselves, to share impressions, to absorb the reactions of adults around them. Some parents believed their children immediately. Some dismissed them. Others may have offered their own theories, which, consciously or not, could have shaped how the story was remembered. And then there are the inconsistencies. Descriptions of the craft do vary. Some called it silver, others said it shimmered or looked dark and matte. Some children saw a single being, some saw two, some described a figure with long black hair and large eyes. Others saw only a shape, or nothing at all. Some said the object landed, others weren't so sure. A few didn't see anything strange at all that day. This isn't unique to Ariel, however. We saw it at Rendlesham Forest too, where trained military personnel standing just a few feet apart, recalled completely different events, different shapes, different colours, different realities altogether. It's messy, uncomfortable, and exactly the kind of thing that makes belief difficult. Because certainty loves clean stories. It loves alignment, clarity, consensus. And this story, at least to some degree, resists that. Human memory isn't a video recording. It's interpretive and emotional. It's affected by time, by fear, by the stories we've already heard, and by the ones we want to believe. So yes, the confidence these children had in their experience doesn't automatically validate the experience itself. But dismissing them because their memories don't all match, that doesn't quite feel right either. Maybe the more honest path is to sit with the contradictions, to say they believed what they were saying, and we can believe them too, without needing every detail to be exact. Because what makes this event powerful isn't its consistency, it's the emotional weight that's lasted long after the lights disappeared. And perhaps finally that brings us to the real question. Not whether their accounts were perfect, but whether their message was real. We've talked about inconsistencies, the conflicting memories, the absence of physical proof, the imperfect conditions of the investigation. And we should talk about those things. Truth isn't served by blind belief. It's served by curiosity, and by holding space for uncertainty, without rushing to conclusions. But even with all of that on the table, the message these children carried still lands with a kind of force that I find hard to shake. They spoke of a warning, planted somehow, like a quiet pressure in their chest. A sense that something is deeply wrong, that the future is in danger, that we're doing harm to the planet and to ourselves. At the time, maybe it was easier to dismiss. Children are impressionable after all. Maybe they heard that message somewhere else and layered it onto the event. Dr. John Mack, after all, was an avid supporter of environmental activism. But here we are, 3 decades later, and what they described sounds less like imagination and more like prophecy. The oceans are boiling, forests vanishing, species disappearing, and we, as a civilization, are preparing for war, as though it's the only language left we know how to speak. And maybe that's what makes this story so hard to hold. It's not the question of whether it happened. It's the realization that if it did, we didn't listen. We buried it in documentaries and forums and ridicule, filed it under interesting or unexplained, and kept moving. Because believing them, really believing them, would mean asking what else we've ignored. It would mean rethinking what qualifies as a message and what counts as a messenger. These children weren't experts. They weren't trained observers. They just saw something and felt something and tried to tell us the best way they knew how. Not with doctrine, dogma, or theory, just the emotional truth of the moment as it was given to them. Belief isn't about accepting every detail. Maybe it's just about being willing to say, this mattered to someone, this changed something, and I want to understand why. Belief is participatory. It doesn't mean surrendering doubt, just choosing for a moment to sit with someone else's version of reality and take it seriously. If these children were wrong, then they were wrong in a way that accidentally speaks directly to the state of the world today. And if they were right, then maybe this wasn't just a warning. Maybe it was a gesture, an attempt to reach us, before we closed the window too tightly. Not just to warn us, but to remind us that we're not alone, and we're not beyond saving. So no, belief doesn't come easy. Not when the story's this strange, this messy, this inconvenient. But maybe the better question isn't, do you believe it happened? Maybe it's, can you feel the truth in what they were trying to say? Because if you can, then maybe you already do. And there lies the irony of tonight's story. How easily these children were dismissed, laughed at, patted on the head, and told they imagined it. Silly little stories. And yet, when you look at who shaped the course of our world, who has the power, the resources, the education, the credentials, it's not children who chose to build the bombs. It's not children who declared the wars. It's not children who decided the answer to suffering was more suffering. Again and again, it's the wisest among us, the most experienced, the most qualified, the most powerful, who've led us into violence, into collapse, into silence. So maybe the real question isn't, why would anyone believe a child? Maybe it's, why did we ever stop? Tonight's story might leave a bitter taste, a sadness that lingers. But the truth is, we're still here. We're still talking about it. And as long as we are, there's still time to change. Sometimes stories like this ask for answers. Tonight, maybe all we needed was the question. Not, did it happen? But, what would change if we acted like it did? If you're still here, thank you. If you felt something tonight, or found yourself asking unfamiliar questions, consider tapping the like button. Subscribing helps the project grow, and make sure the next time someone knocks on the motel door, you're the first to hear it. Let us know in the comments where you are listening from, and what time it is where you are right now. I have a feeling you're not the only one awake. And finally, as always, if this story meant something to you, maybe share it with someone who'd understand. Someone who, just maybe, has been waiting for a reason to start believing again. Good night from Room 62, and thanks for stopping by.
People are saying that the aliens came to warn us something's going to happen, that something bad is going to happen to the Earth.
Yeah. I think they came here to try and warn us that the children that, because we're young,
we've got a long time.
We've got a long time till we die. To warn us that when we're older, there's something going to happen to the Earth.
Yeah, not to pollute. Because we're young, we can still prevent it.
Yeah.
How is it different from imagination or dream as you experienced it?
Well, it's definitely reality. And anybody can think that it's not true or that we're making things up, but we know what we've seen and we believe it.
Welcome back to the Dreamland Motel. If this is your first night here, think of this place as a quiet little stopover between the known and the unknown. A room for anyone who stared up at the night sky and wondered what's really out there. If you've been here before, you already know the drill. Check in, tune out, hit like if you haven't already, and let the front desk know that you're staying a while. Tonight, your key is for room 96, and behind that door is one of the strangest, most tangled, and most incredible stories in all of ufology. The story of a small Brazilian town, of frightened children, of military trucks moving through the night, of something, or maybe more than one something, that shouldn't exist. It's a story you've probably heard in pieces, a headline about Brazil's Roswell, a strange interview clip, or maybe just a photo of 3 terrified girls pointing toward a vacant lot. But here's the thing. The Varginha incident is a confusing case. Rumours and contradiction, and decades of second-hand retelling have turned it into a knot that's hard to untangle. So tonight, let's untangle it. We'll lay it out moment by moment, not with theories or speculation, but in a clear timeline, the way people of Varginha experienced it. From the first strange lights in the sky on a quiet January night in 1996, to the screams of a vacant property the next day, to the whispers that followed in a hospital corridor, and the quiet funeral of a young man whose death may never be fully explained. We'll walk through the days as they happened, hour by hour, step by step, until the picture becomes as clear as it's ever going to be. Because sometimes when a story feels too strange to make sense of, you don't need new evidence. You just need to slow down and follow the trail exactly as it was left. So tonight, wherever you are, maybe in your own quiet room, lights low, the hum of a fan in the corner, let's take a trip together. Back to a small town in Brazil, where the summer air was heavy and still, where the carnival was just days away, where most people had no idea that they were about to be caught up in one of the most compelling UFO cases of the last 50 years. Welcome to Varginha. January in southern Minas Gerais is heavy. The air sits still in the early evenings, warm and close, a quiet haze drifting over the hills that ring over the city of Varginha. There's the hum of insects in the fields, the metallic clatter of motorbikes on cobblestones, and the low thrum of a town that for the most part goes to bed early in the summer heat. This was 1996, a coffee town, a military town. Carnival was only days away. The markets were full, and the most anyone had to worry about was the humidity, or whether the rain would hold off long enough to dry the laundry. No one knew that the week ahead would burn itself into history. The Varginha event actually starts a week before the famous sighting, on the morning of Saturday, January 13. There's no exact clock for what happened that day, but we can place it in the early morning, sometime around 6 or 7 a.m, when a small ultralight pilot named Carlos de Souza spotted something impossible in the skies just outside of town. He was on the Fernão Dias highway, heading towards Varginha, when it appeared over the hills. A cigar-shaped craft, glinting in the sunlight, trailing what looked like a vapour stream. Not dark smoke, certainly not fire, but a strange white mist, as if the thing was bleeding pressure or air. It wasn't flying straight. It dipped, wobbled, stuttered through the sky like a broken washing machine, and Carlos, thinking it was a small plane in distress, pulled over. By the time he reached a break in the trees, it was already down, a long gouge in the red soil, a hush in the breeze, and for the first time, something that would become a recurring theme throughout this entire incident. The smell. Sharp and chemical, like sulfur and ammonia, clinging to the air, your clothes, your skin in the heat. Fragments of metal were scattered in the dirt. Carlos bent down, picked one up. It felt almost weightless, like tinfoil, eerily similar to the descriptions made of the Roswell debris in 1947. He crushed it in his hand, and it snapped back, perfectly flat, perfectly smooth. Minutes later, the quiet broke. Trucks, boots, uniforms, a helicopter circling overhead. Soldiers moving with urgency and precision. One man levelled a rifle at Carlos and told him to leave. Now. By the time he reached a roadside diner miles down the road, 2 men in plain clothes, but with postures of soldiers, were waiting for him. They repeated the warning. Forget what you saw. Don't talk. And for months, he didn't. In the days that followed, the town stayed relatively quiet, but the hills around it weren't. People living near the military base in Tres Corações started noticing unusual convoys, trucks moving out along rural roads at odd hours. A few witnesses remember hearing distant rumbles at night. Others swear they saw green flashes in the sky one evening, streaking over the city toward the north. None of it made the papers. No one in Varginha thought much of it, until a week later, when the story began to break. January 20th, 1996. Before we continue, I feel it's important to say this. What you're about to hear, the events of the early hours of January 20th, could easily be heard as the appearance of an entirely separate craft, and I understand how that could get confusing. That's okay. After decades of retelling, these things do happen. In truth, it doesn't change much. The appearance of even one craft is enough to anchor this story. But for the sake of being thorough, we're left with 2 possibilities. Either there were 2 craft, nearly identical in shape and behaviour, both appearing to struggle in the sky over Varginha, or one of these 2 groups of witnesses, Carlos de Souza on the 13th, or the Freitas family on the 20th, simply has their date wrong. We'll likely never know for sure, but in the larger context of the story, it's a small detail. What matters is that someone, on one of those nights, saw something they could never explain. and it set in motion everything that followed. Let's continue. By the time January 20th arrived, the air was heavy again. No rain, not yet. Just the sticky warmth of a Brazilian summer night and the quiet hum of fields at the edge of town. Sometime around 1 a.m, on a small ranch along the BR 491 highway, Aurelina de Freitas woke to chaos. Her cattle, usually calm at night, were screaming, slamming their hoofs against the wooden rails of the corral. She went to the window first, thinking maybe a dog had gotten loose, or a stranger had come onto the property. Instead, she froze. Hovering silently, barely 3 or 4 meters above the pasture, was a long grey object, cigar-shaped, smooth, and almost ghostly in the faint starlight. It wasn't making a sound, not a whine, just a low drift and the nervous bellow of cows below. Aurelina screamed for her husband. Eurico came running from the living room, where he'd been half watching TV, and together they stepped outside into the thick night. For the next 20 to 40 minutes, they just stood there staring. The thing moved slowly, almost lazily, drifting from one edge of the pasture to the other, then beginning a slow glide northward toward the highway and the hills beyond. It had no visible lights, no markings, but as it passed, both of them could see movement along its surface, strange appendages shifting, like it was alive. And it left behind a faint mist, almost like condensation. By the time it disappeared over the ridge, the cattle had quieted, and the two of them just stood in the yard, stunned and silent. They didn't call the police. They didn't even tell the neighbours. Only later, after the town would be turned inside out by what came next, did they realise what they had witnessed. What happened between 2 a.m. and sunrise is less clear. We know from later testimony that military convoys were already moving in the area by first light. Residents on the outskirts remember trucks rumbling past before dawn. Others claimed they saw men in uniform on foot, combing brush along the edges of the roads. Was it connected to what Eurico and Aurelina had seen? It's impossible to know for certain, but the timing and the precision of the response later that morning makes it hard to believe that it was merely a coincidence. I want to start this next chapter by making something very clear. Yes, this is still a play-by-play, but before we wind the clock back and start stitching this day together moment by moment, I want to stop and sit with one story first. The story of the girls. Because sometimes the most powerful way to understand an extraordinary event is to hear it the way people living it did, in complete isolation, untouched by the noise and theories and explanations that would come later. For the vast majority of people in Varginha on January 20th, including these 3 girls, life was ordinary. No talk of aliens, no military trucks in the streets, no strange lights in the sky. What happened to them that afternoon stands on its own. And so, before we build the rest of the picture, I want to tell their story just as it happened, uninterrupted unpadded, and in their time. The morning of Saturday, January 20th, 1996, began like any other in Varginha. The sun climbed low and steady, heavy in the haze. Radios crackled from kitchen counters, playing soft samba and scratchy talk shows. Coffee brewed in narrow kitchens. Kids chased footballs barefoot through the quiet streets. The city was small then, a quiet rhythm of markets, chores, and idle talk. Whatever had happened in the hills that week, whatever whispers had drifted through the quiet corners of town, they hadn't reached the suburb of Khadim Andere. And by all accounts, it was just another day. Around 3 p.m, 3 girls, Liliana Silva, 14, her older sister, Valkyria, 16, and their friend, Katia Javier, 21, left home to run an errand for their mother. It was the kind of lazy, ordinary chore that fills a hot afternoon in a small Brazilian town. A quick stop for groceries, a bundle of laundry to collect, and a short walk back through the dusty streets. When they turned for home, the sun was still high, but starting its slow lean westward, the light sharp and golden, cutting across the uneven walls and dirt lanes of Varginha. The route they took back was familiar, a shortcut they'd used a dozen times before, a patch of uneven ground and weeds, half ringed by scrub and a crumbling wall tagged with graffiti. Every kid in the neighbourhood knew it. The day was ordinary, the shortcut was ordinary. What came next was not. Somewhere between 3:25 and 3:30, Liliana walked a step ahead and froze. She didn't scream, not at first. She just stopped mid-step, her gaze fixed on the low brush at the far end of the vacant lot. Katia caught up first, her shadow spilling across Liliana's shoulder. Valkyria stepped around the corner behind them. And there it was. Not an animal, not a person, something else entirely. Crouched low in the dirt, its limbs folded awkwardly, was a figure that didn't belong to this place, or maybe to any place. They would all describe it in the same way for years after. Short, maybe 5 feet, but hunched, thin, narrow, fragile, skin the colour of wet clay, slick and oily in the sunlight, a head too large for the body, bulbous and strange, with 3 small protrusions rising like knobs or horns. Eyes enormous and red, too large for its face, staring without blinking. And again, that smell. Sharp, chemical, like sulphur or ammonia, stinging their noses and the back of their throats. It didn't move, didn't attack, it just stared. Wide, unblinking eyes locked with theirs, as if frozen by the same terror that held the girls rooted to the ground. Later, Valkyria would say quietly, "I knew it was as scared of us as we were of it." For what felt like a long time, but could only have been seconds, none of them moved. And then, the spell broke all at once. Liliana screamed, a cutting sound that shattered the silence. The three of them bolted, hearts pounding, groceries forgotten, feet kicking up dirt as they ran. By the time they burst through the front door of the silver home, barely a minute later, they were shaking, pale, their words tumbling out over each other. Their mother, Louisa, tried to calm them, thinking they'd been chased or harassed. But the words came again, jagged and breathless. A creature, red eyes, not human. Louisa didn't believe it, not until she saw the look in their eyes. Wide, terrified, the kind of fear that doesn't come from a story or a prank. She left them in the kitchen, trembling, and walked the short distance back to the vacant lot. The air was still. The sun hung slightly lower, heavy and hot. Insects hummed in the grass. There was nothing there. No creature, no figure crouched in the brush. But the air felt wrong. Still, heavy, carrying a sharp chemical tang that burned her nose. And on the ground, pressed into the soft earth, were strange footprints, shallow, irregular, nothing like a shoe, nothing like a dog's paw. Her dog, usually eager to dart ahead, hung back at the edge of the lot. The fur on its neck bristled, and a low growl trembled in its throat. Louisa didn't stay long. She turned and walked back, her pace quickening without meaning to. By 4 p.m, the story had started to slip from the silver home into the street. A neighbour passing by heard the raised voices and stopped, then another, and another. By 4:30, the whole block was buzzing. Children whispering about the devil in the vacant lot. Adults standing in doorways, arms crossed, unsure what to believe, but certain something had happened. Someone picked up the phone and called the local fire brigade, reporting a strange animal. By 5 p.m, the vacant lot, empty, quiet, and still, had become something else entirely. A stage for whispers. A point on the map where the ordinary had cracked and something unexplainable had stepped through. As the sun dipped behind the hills and the sky turned the colour of bruised purple, the neighbourhood quieted. But inside the silver home, there was no quiet. Liliana, Valkyria, and Katia stayed close, every sound outside setting their nerves on edge, every creak of the house pulling their eyes to the door. None of them slept that night. Decades later, journalists and documentarians would sit with the three women, grown now, steadier in their telling, but still carrying the weight of that afternoon, and hear the same story. Not in vague half-remembered fragments, not in embellishments, but with certain detail. The smell, the eyes, the silence, the fear, and that strange impossible sense that the creature had been just as frightened as they were. What happened in those few minutes between 3:30 and 3:40 on a hot January afternoon didn't just frighten three girls. It rewrote the quiet map of their neighbourhood. The vacant property that had been just another shortcut became a place no one wanted to walk past after dark. The house where the Silver Sisters lived became the place people went when they wanted to whisper about the thing in the weeds. And though officials would deny it, and the skeptics would scoff, the people of Khadim Endere never forgot that smell, that fear, or the way the world suddenly felt bigger, stranger, and closer than they'd ever imagined. 10 p.m. By nightfall, the streets were still, the quiet broken only by distant thunder and the hum of insects. People stayed indoors, curtains half drawn, whispers carried in low voices. What the girls saw that day remains a mystery. But to the residents, it was never a joke, never a misunderstanding, never just a man covered in mud. Whatever it was, it had been real enough to leave them changed. And in the morning, they would wake to find their quiet little town had been claimed by a story too big to ever fit neatly back into the silence. Because while the neighbourhood lived through its own quiet terror, an entirely different story was already unfolding. One that had begun before dawn, with boots in the brush and radios whispered in code. To understand what really happened that day, we have to go back to the start. Back to the first call. Back to the first truck. Back to the moment Varginha stopped belonging to itself. Dawn, Saturday, January 20th, 1996. The first uniforms arrived like a rumour you could touch. Boots in the brush, radios low. Men looking into trees, hoping they would answer back. Witness accounts differ on the exact minute, but most place the first capture in the late morning, somewhere around 10:30 a.m. It started with the fire brigade, a call about something strange moving in the brush, a shape, low and quick, glimpsed between the trunks in an overgrown property. Thinking it was an animal, maybe a stray dog, maybe something wilder, they moved in with the tools they always carried, leather nets, gloves, and a canvas bag. What they found wasn't what they'd expected. Not an animal. Not anything they had a name for. Neighbours watching from a distance remember the moment the nets tightened, the way the firefighters moved carefully, deliberately, as if they were both trying to not hurt whatever it was, and trying not to get too close. The thing, whatever it was alive when they carried it out. Small, still, but breathing. And then the army trucks arrived. Men in green fatigues stepping out without a word, taking over without asking, sliding the netted figure into a simple wooden crate and latching it shut. By the time the trucks pulled away, the lot was empty again. Nothing left but trampled grass, a few quiet witnesses, and the sense that something extraordinary had just been taken away, alive, under the grey morning sky. By midday, Varginha looked less like a neighbourhood and more like a search grid. Residents remember soldiers with FAL rifles walking the eucalyptus rows, searching the brush line by line. Others recall men with a video camera, filming the same patch of dirt and scrub over and over again. If you'd stood there, you would have seen neighbours pushed back to the far side of the sidewalk. No shouting, no orders barked, just meaningful gestures. the weight of presence enough to hold the crowds in place. And then there was what one family saw, a family well known in the neighbourhood, respected, not prone to telling stories. They all saw it, a bright red light moving low in the sky, tracing slow arcs above the trees. It made no sound, not the hum of an engine, not the chop of a helicopter, not even the faint whistle of air displaced, just silence. It moved as though it was searching, pausing in places, gliding to others, sweeping the same space the soldiers were scouring below. Even now, decades later, they don't talk about it much. But if you ask, they'll tell you the same thing, each of them. They all saw it, all of them, and they knew, in the quiet way you just know things sometimes, that whatever that light was, it was looking for the same thing the men on the ground were. For the next couple of hours, the timeline blurs. Some locals recall another sweep on foot just after lunch, 1 or 2 p.m. 3 sharp cracks echoing through the grove. One soldier, years later, in quiet conversation, would tell a friend they'd surprised a second entity and shot it in the torso. Of course, we can't prove it, but across dozens of independent retellings, the rhythm of that moment repeats. More boots, more trucks, more quiet urgency. At that same time, in a quiet corner of the neighbourhood, those 3 girls were cutting through the vacant property. Liliana, Valkyria, and Katya. The encounter you heard in Chapter 2 belongs to this moment. 3:30. By 3:40, the girls were home, pale and trembling. By 4 p.m, the neighbourhood was alive with whispers. And somewhere in the shade of a parked truck, a radio squawked, and someone made a call. 4:30. By late afternoon, the sky had darkened. Reporters from TV Princesa and local papers tried to reach the vacant property themselves to investigate the girl's story. 2 army trucks blocked the narrow street. When one reporter asked what was happening, a soldier met his eyes and said a single phrase: Asuntos de Segurança Nacional. National security. No one asked again. The crew turned back. Elsewhere, residents saw men hauling nets and wooden crates into the backs of trucks. Some watched canvas-covered loads leave Varginha in a hurry, destination unknown. Some swore they went first to the fire department compound. Others said they went straight north, toward Tres Corações. What no one disagreed on was that the neighbourhood no longer felt like theirs. Between 5 and 7:30 p.m, a storm hit hard. Heavy rain, gusting winds, even hail. Water ran down the streets in sheets, headlights turning puddles into mirrors. Locals remember men in plain clothes, P2 officers, stepping away during the worst of it, then returning, jackets clinging damp to their shoulders. For those that don't know, P2 was shorthand for the Polizia Militar's intelligence arm, the ones tasked with observation, infiltration, and, when needed, quiet intervention. In the Varginha story, their presence lingers like a watermark, not always visible, but impossible to ignore once you know where to look. Through the night, the rain came and went in waves, but the trucks never stopped moving. As the storm eased, the search tightened. Around 8 p.m, in a narrow strip of gardens and low walls not far from the girl's vacant lot, something moved. An unmarked car pulled up. Inside, Officer Marco Eliceresi and his partner, both allegedly P2, both young, stepped out into the wet night. What happened in that next half an hour lives in fragments. Neighbours saw flashlights cutting through the dark. A door slammed. Someone shouted. And then the car was gone, heading back into the night. What those fragments never capture is the part that mattered most. That Marco went hands-on. Some witnesses remember him crouching low, wrestling with something small, frail, slick with rain. Others say it didn't fight, just trembled, with a low gurgle in its throat, until his arms closed around it. Whatever the details, everyone seems to agree on one thing. He carried it himself, lifting the thing from the ground and hauling it into the car. The skin that brushed his was strange, warm but clammy, almost oily. The smell clung to Marco, chemical, even after the rain. What they took from that garden that night never appeared in any report. But for Marco Eliceresi, that quiet, rain-slicked moment in the garden would shadow every day that followed. We'll return to Marco shortly. 9:45 p.m. The rain had eased, leaving the streets of Varginha slick and black, the orange glow of the street lamps bending in shallow puddles. In a quiet neighbourhood garden, something had been cornered and captured. Minutes later, without sirens or flashing lights, a small unmarked car rolled through the wet streets and pulled into the rear entrance of Hospital Humanitas. 2 men stepped out. One was Marco Eliceresi, a young plainclothes officer, barely 23 years old. Between them, in the back seat, was something small and frail. The hospital had been warned, a corridor cleared, a door unlocked. Those who were there that night remember the smell before they saw anything. Ammonia and sulphur, clinging to clothes and stinging eyes. 10 p.m. The gurney moved quickly through the hall, past the nurses' station, and toward the east wing. It was flanked by men who didn't wear hospital badges and didn't answer questions. A young nurse, sent only to hold the door, said later she'd never forget its size. Small, she whispered, like a child, but not. Inside the closed room, confusion reigned, doctors whispering, radios hissing in short bursts of static, uniformed men standing close, quiet and still. On the bed, a figure breathing shallowly, thin, oily skin catching the fluorescent light, a head too large for its narrow frame, a slow, uneven rise and fall of its chest. And that smell, thick, lingering in the hall long after the door was pulled shut. 10:45 p.m. Not long after, the hospital changed. Doors closed, elevators locked, staff quietly sent home. Those who stayed were told to remain in their wards, to avoid the east wing, to mind their own patients. A radiology technician, called in despite the hour, would tell friends years later about the fear in that room, about the way no one spoke above a whisper, about how, when it was over, he was told he'd seen nothing at all. No forms were filled out, no wristbands printed. Whatever had arrived that night never had a name. By dawn, Humanitas had emptied, but inside its locked wings the body remained. For well over a day, it stayed under guard. Whispers of staff being told, ignore anything you may see. Rumours of testing, photographs, video, done quietly, exclusively. The smell persisted like a ghost in the corridor. Late that evening, the long wait ended. Convoy vehicles, 3 army trucks, arrived. The crate came out, the smell followed, and by next dawn the hospital was empty. The creature was gone. Neighbours near the hospital woke to the sound of engines and the glow of headlights slipping through the rain. No sirens, no chatter, just a quiet convoy heading north, swallowed by the wet night. In the morning, there was nothing left but shallow tyre tracks in the mud, and that faint, acrid smell in the air. By breakfast, the streets around Humanitas were quiet again. But in a town this small, word spreads fast. Neighbours traded notes in hushed voices. The trucks, the men with masks, that strange chemical stink that clung to the rain. At the bakery, in the bus queue, over coffee in narrow kitchens. And by that afternoon, the first calls to local reporters had begun. Quiet questions, careful voices. No one wanted to say much, but no one could shake what they'd seen. For the residents of Varginha, life somehow restarted. People got on with their lives. The nightmare had ended. But for Officer Marco Elixerese, his ordeal was only just beginning. A couple of days before, in the storm and the chaos, he'd done his job, hands-on, with no hesitation, carried something to the car, helped deliver it through the back entrance at Humanitas, and by morning the streets were quiet, and Marco had gone home to his family. But something from that night had gone home with him. At first, it was nothing. A scratch under his arm, a low fever, fatigue that clung to him no matter how much he slept. He brushed it off like a cold, like stress, like nothing worth worrying about. But then the fever climbed, the swelling worsened, and the smell, faint but clear, ammonia, clung to his uniform, to his skin, even after multiple washes. Friends noticed, his wife noticed, and quietly so did his colleagues. By the first week of February, the pain was too much to ignore. The swelling under his arm had hardened, angry and hot, and the fever wouldn't break. Doctors called it a simple abscess, a minor procedure, nothing to fear. He went in for surgery. It was routine and quick. But after that, nothing went as it should. Within days, his fever spiked again. His breathing grew shallow. The infection spread faster than anyone could stop it, cascading through his system until his lungs and heart could no longer keep up. Doctors fought to stabilize him. Antibiotics, fluids, oxygen, but nothing worked. By mid-February, Marco was in the ICU, sedated, unresponsive. His young wife sat in the corridor praying. His family clung to the edges of the ward, waiting for someone to explain what was happening. No one could. Less than a month after that night in Varginha, Marco Elixerese was gone. 23 years old. Strong, healthy, cut down in weeks by something no one could name. The paperwork said infection, sepsis, pneumonia. The kind of words that close a file neatly. But to the people who loved him, it didn't feel neat at all. His family would later request his records. Some pages were missing. Others were stamped but blank. There were no clear answers. No acknowledgement of what had happened to him that night. No mention of what he had carried into the hospital, or the smell that clung to his clothes for days after. Just silence, and the pressure to let it go. On the streets of Varginha, his death became another whisper in the story the city wasn't allowed to tell. Neighbours lowered their voices when they said his name. Colleagues stopped talking about him altogether. And in quiet kitchens, over late cups of coffee, people said what they believed. That whatever had been in that garden, whatever had been breathing in the back seat of that unmarked car, had taken more than a piece of the town that night. It had taken Marco too. Months later, when the army released its report, the explanation was as tidy as it was dismissive. There had been no creature, no special operation, no connection between the strange events in Varginha and the young officer's death. Just a routine illness, an unlucky infection. But the people who had seen him that night, the people who had smelled the sharp, stinging scent that clung to his uniform, they never believed that. Most nightmares end when the night is over, when you wake up. Marco's never did. For the rest of the city, that night became a story, a rumour, something to be whispered, to be doubted, to be debated. For Marco, it became something else entirely. A fever that burned hotter by the day, a weight he couldn't shake, a silence that followed him to the grave. And in the years since, the story of that young officer has never really left those streets. People still pause when they speak his name, not out of fear, but out of a quiet recognition that some costs can never be measured, and some truths never make it to the record. If we are to ever truly find a way to link Marco Elixerese's death to that night in Varginha, the proof would have to start with the body. What was it about that small, frail figure? What clung to its skin? What seeped into its blood that was so volatile it killed a healthy young officer for the simple act of carrying it to the hospital? But predictably, the body isn't exactly on display in the Smithsonian. There's no plaque, no exhibit, no open archive where someone can start to ask those questions. Because the body didn't stay in Varginha, at least not where anyone can see it. So what happened after the convoy left the hospital? The crate left Humanitas the way all secrets leave. Quietly. Through the service corridor. Under the hum of a fluorescent light that never blinks. A military convoy. Engines idled behind the hedge. The air was cool and wet. And the ammonia sting that had haunted the wards drifted out into the rain. The crate was lifted, steadied, slid into place. A door clapped shut. Headlights dipped once, then vanished. By the time the convoy hit the main road, the city was asleep again. The hospital windows black and blank. Here, the story diverges. Some witnesses swear those trucks went straight to Campinas, a military school a little over 300 kilometers to the southwest. Others, including a man we now know only as Military X, insisted the first stop was Essa Army Base just outside Varginha in Tres Corações. And how does Military X know this? He was the driver. Deep into the night, on the 22nd of January, he himself transported the body from Humanitas to the base. There, under the harsh floodlights of the military yard, they reversed the convoy in tight formation, tight against a building, to conceal their contents, and that's where the crate would remain overnight. The soldiers were called into a briefing, told flatly that what they had seen was supernatural, that no one was ever to speak of it again, that silence was the only way to stay safe. By the next night, the convoy was on the move again, south this time, to Campinas. Some say the cargo went to the Army Cadet School there, others that it was delivered directly to Unicamp, one of Brazil's most advanced research universities. There are persistent rumours, denied every time they're asked, that a renowned forensic pathologist performed an autopsy that night, that photographs were taken, samples preserved, reports written. But if those files exist, they've never been seen. And then there's the other story, the one that's harder to prove, but harder still to ignore. That at some point in the days following, a US Air Force transport plane landed in Campinas, that American helicopters made a quiet run to Varginha and back, then loaded a sealed crate onto the plane, and that shortly thereafter, the last physical evidence of what happened here was wheels up and heading north, out of Brazilian airspace. Brazil wasn't ready for this, one witness said years later. We didn't have the equipment, the expertise. We didn't have the clearance, so they took it. And so, by late January, Varginha was quiet again. The cordons were gone, the trucks were gone. The hospital smelled faintly of bleach, and nothing else. And the bodies, both of them, were nowhere to be found. No public report, no chain of custody, not a single document anyone has been able to produce. Just a city left with more questions than answers, and a story that never let go. Maybe they stayed in Brazil, locked away in a room that only a handful of people have keys to. Maybe they went north, into the machinery of a country that's been doing this sort of thing a lot longer than anyone cares to admit. What we know is this. 2 beings were seen, 2 beings were captured, and 2 beings vanished. 1 man is dead. The rest is whispers, denials, and a silence so complete it almost feels deliberate. If you walk the quiet streets of Varginha today, people will still tell you, softly, carefully, that nothing that strange ever truly disappears. It just changes shape and waits. In Varginha, stories travel the way the rain does, fast and sideways, finding every open door. By the end of that first week, the whispers had grown teeth, and the cameras swiftly arrived. Sunday night TV, Fantástico, Brazil's glossy news magazine, put the town on national air. Girls on a sofa, hands twisting as they retold the afternoon in that vacant lot. Neighbours pointing towards scrub. A town split between curiosity and dread. Suddenly, E.T. de Varginha had a stage name and a soundtrack. The segment didn't solve anything. It did the opposite. It took a neighbourhood story and made it a country's conversation. Within days, regional outlets echoed the beats. Sightings, cordons, the smell, the hospital. But the story jumped borders faster than the facts could keep up. On June 28, 1996, the Wall Street Journal ran Matt Moffat's now famous piece, Tale of Stinky Extraterrestrials Stir Up UFO Crowd in Brazil. The headline alone did half the work. Viral before viral existed. The other half came from quotes that felt too strange to be real and too consistent to dismiss. A few weeks later, another news organisation, this time the Christian Science Monitor, framed the town's response in a different key. Humour, tourism, and an economy learning how to live with a legend. Varginha was now a brand. As the story swelled, reporters went hunting for the other half, the men in green. In May 1996, the commander of ESSA stepped up to a microphone and read a note. No creature, no capture. Movements seen in town were routine, he said. Training, maintenance, nothing more. For the morning commotion in Varginha, there were the firefighters. For the afternoon creature, there was a simpler word. Mistake. The press noted it. The town didn't buy it. If you ask the official record today, it points to 2 prosaic pillars. The first, Mudinho. The girls, the army maintains, likely saw a local man with mental health challenges, dirty from heavy rain, crouched by a wall, and fear did the rest. The second pillar, maintenance. Trucks and soldiers, perfectly normal. Headed to or from scheduled service, not patrolling the back streets, not carrying crates, and certainly not stopping at hospitals after midnight. Those claims would be formalized years later, but the bones of them, mud, misunderstanding, maintenance, were in play by that first season of coverage. The counter-narrative to this didn't come from a podium. It came from a living room in Varginha. Ufologists held a press conference here, naming soldiers that they said were involved, citing 2 captures and a secret hospital lockdown. They described 3 army trucks used as decoys, so no single driver would know which carried the body. The army later insisted that those same trucks could not have been used to transport bodies, as at the time the Varginha event took place, they were logged for service at a dealership. This was quickly proven to be incorrect. They were logged for service on January 25th and 26th, not the dates that the townspeople said this happened. 2010, 14 years on. The Brazilian Army's inquiry went public. Its conclusions hardened the early talking points. No aliens, no capture, no extraordinary operation. The girls saw Mudinho. Firefighters handled ordinary calls amid heavy rain. Army vehicles? Maintenance, not mystery. The report even leaned on an alternative hospital explanation, floated over the years. That what some people thought was a small being could have been a dwarf couple visiting Humanitas that weekend. An explanation witnesses in Varginha still roll their eyes at. The press dutifully covered the release. The town went on telling the story it knew. After the 90s wave, Varginha's headline slept, woke, and slept again, until a new generation of documentarians came knocking. James Fox's Moment of Contact re-upped the narrative for US and European audiences, blending fresh interviews with archival claims. Fox introduced the previously mentioned Military X witness. Mainstream outlets in the US and the UK covered the film's release. Brazilian papers revisited the case with sidebars on memory and myth. But the official line didn't budge. For me personally, Fox's documentary was incredible. His passion and drive to find the truth, which I have on good authority, is burning brighter than ever as he continues to ferociously follow up with leads connected to this case. I have a strong feeling this isn't the last we've heard of Varginha and Fox. The media loves certainty. Varginha did not oblige. The result is a long echo, a TV package that won't stop being replayed, a Wall Street Journal headline that you can't forget, an army sentence that tries to end the paragraph, a documentary that adds an ellipsis where a period should be. If you ask the town, they'll tell you they were talked over, first by the noise, then by the denials. If you ask the papers, they'll say they printed both sides. If you ask the army, they'll say there was nothing to print at all. But stand on the corner of Varginha at dusk, the way the cameras once did, and listen. You can still hear the story telling itself. Girls running, dogs refusing to cross the property, engines idling where they shouldn't, and that faint, impossible ammonia on the breeze. The press wrote it down. The uniforms struck it out. And somehow the line is still there, legible, under every layer of ink. So, what do I think? There's no shortage of explanations for what happened in Varginha. A man covered in mud. A dwarf couple visiting the town that dozens of people, doctors included, mistook for aliens. Maintenance runs that just happened to fill the town with trucks and soldiers that weekend. Bullshit. This level of idiocracy assumes a level of stupidity among the people of Varginha that I'm not prepared to stoop to. Not then, not now. It's an insult. not just to the quiet, hard-working families whose streets were turned inside out that January, but to a man who gave his life for nothing more than a sense of duty. Marco Eliscerese didn't hesitate. He carried an unknown creature, bleeding and terrified, into a hospital, because that's what you do when something is hurt. He didn't ask what it was. He didn't stop to wonder if anyone would believe him. He just did it. And he paid with his life. And to tell his family, to tell this town, that what they saw, what they smelled, what they heard that week, was all in their heads, or that they're too ignorant to recognize the difference between a dwarf and an alien. That's not skepticism. That's cruelty dressed up as authority. No, these excuses will not fly. It's easy for those of us outside Brazil to pick this story up and put it down, to treat it like an interesting oddity, a mystery to talk about in hushed tones at night, and then leave behind when the lights come on. But for the people of Varginha, there is no off switch. The story didn't stop when the headlines faded, or when the cameras packed up. It lingered in the quiet streets of Jardim Andere, in the shadows of the hospital corridors, in the empty spaces where questions should have been answered. They are owed more than silence. They are owed more than fairy tales dressed up as explanations. They are owed the dignity of truth. And yet, there's something about this story that resists resolution. Maybe that's why it feels so heavy in the room tonight. Because you can feel it, can't you? That weight. That sense that something extraordinary touched an ordinary place, and then slipped just far enough out of reach to keep everyone guessing forever. That's the thing about moments like this. They don't stay put. They seep into the walls, into the streets, into the quiet between conversations. They become part of the place, part of the smell. And maybe that's why Varginha will always be more than just a headline or a cautionary tale. Because for the people who lived it, and for the few who are brave enough to keep telling their stories, it's not a mystery, it's a memory. And here at the Dreamland Motel, we deal in those memories. The ones you can't quite hold, but can't quite forget. And maybe that's enough for now. If you enjoyed tonight's journey, please like, comment, and subscribe. It really does help put the motel on the map. If there's one thing we've learned, it's that some truths never really leave. They just wait. Wait for the right ear, the right moment, the right kind of quiet. And maybe one night, when the world is ready, the silence will break. Good night. Welcome back. Settle in. That could be a sofa, a bed, the back seat of a car parked under the stars. Wherever you are, just let it hold you. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breathing slow. We've been here before, haven't we? Not in this room, but somewhere like it. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere where the air hums with memory. You've arrived at the Dreamland Motel. where stories drift through the vents and the past never really checks out. If you find yourself coming back here often, consider leaving a light on for us. Like, subscribe, maybe even leave a comment. It helps more guests find their way here, even if they're only just beginning to remember. We're also proud to announce the opening of the motel gift shop. Souvenirs aplenty for those family and friends that never asked for them. So please feel free to browse at your leisure at the dreamlandmotel.shop. Tonight's room, it's still warm from the sun, but there's a stillness to it now, the kind that only comes when something strange has already passed through, and everyone pretends it didn't. You're here because, like me, you've looked up, and maybe, just maybe, you've seen something. But this isn't about isolated flashes in the dark, or lone witnesses on back roads. No. Tonight, we're talking about the moments where the sky was full, when it wasn't just one person staring upward, but hundreds, thousands, when towns pulled over in their cars, when pilots called back to base, when governments scrambled jets and still came back with nothing but questions. These aren't stories of contact. There were no beings, no messages, no missing time. Just lights, shapes, movement. Things that defied what we know and didn't stop to explain themselves. We'll travel through 5 such moments tonight, from the flickering deserts of Arizona to the cold, silent radar screens above Washington D.C., from quiet Belgian villages that looked up in fear to the long nights of the Hudson Valley, where something massive and silent drifted just above the trees, and finally to the present, where the objects are smaller, sharper, more deliberate, but still just as unaccounted for. These are not stories of belief. They are records of experience, mass experience. You may find some familiar, others you may have never heard of, but all of them have something in common. When they were over, nothing changed, and yet everything felt different. So, if you're ready, I'll turn off the lamp, and together we'll look back at the moments when the night sky opened up, not to invite us in, but just to remind us that we are not in charge of what flies above our heads. Let's begin. Let's take a moment to define what we're really talking about when we say mass sightings. This isn't about encounters. These aren't stories of contact. No beings stepped out from the light. No messages were delivered. No warnings, no gifts, no riddles from the void. These are sightings that left no trace, except for thousands of questions, and a strange shared silence in their wake. No contact, no explanation, just confusion. A less than helpful government that seemed curiously quiet. And something massive, seen by many, understood by none. These are the shadows above, seen but never touched, the ones that passed overhead and left everything exactly as it was, except us. If you're able to, close your eyes and imagine the following. You step outside just after midnight. The heat of the day still clings to the pavement, and the air wraps itself around your skin like a damp coat. The city of Washington D.C. feels heavy, not with movement, but with waiting. There's a stillness tonight. No breeze, no moon. Just a stretch of sky overhead, so deep and dark, it seems to swallow even the stars. And then you see it. Not a plane, not a shooting star, just a light, steady and deliberate, hovering when nothing should be hovering. It holds still for a moment, then moves smoothly, quickly, and then it's gone. You're not the only one who sees it. But when you try to tell someone the next day, they look at you like you dreamed it. But you didn't, and you weren't alone. In the summer of 1952, the skies over Washington D.C. were anything but quiet. It began on the night of July 19th, just before midnight, in the radar room at Washington National Airport. Ed Nugent, a radar technician, noticed something strange. A cluster of unidentified targets, blips, appearing southwest of the city. They weren't following known flight paths. They weren't squawking any identification codes, and they weren't behaving like normal aircraft. His supervisor, Harry G. Barnes, was called over. Barnes had seen plenty of radar anomalies in his career, but this was different. The targets hovered. They drifted slowly. Then they accelerated. Some clocked at thousands of miles per hour. They reversed direction, made sharp 90-degree turns, and blinked out of radar range, only to reappear somewhere else entirely. Over the next hour, 7 to 10 objects were tracked moving through restricted airspace, including directly over the White House and the Capitol building. Barnes ordered a full check of the radar equipment. Nothing was malfunctioning. When he contacted Andrews Air Force Base to cross-check the data, they confirmed the same thing. Unknown targets appearing on multiple scopes, performing maneuvers no known aircraft could match. And these weren't just blips on a screen. They were visible in the night sky. An air traffic controller at National Airport saw one. A bright orange light hovering outside the tower. It stayed motionless for a moment. Then, without a sound, it shot off and vanished. At Andrews, another airman described a glowing orb, a ball of fire with a tail that streaked into view, paused in the sky, and then darted away like nothing he'd ever seen before. Meanwhile, Capital Airlines Flight 807, piloted by Captain Casey Pearman, was just lifting off from National Airport. Barnes radioed him directly. An unknown object had been picked up near his location. Pearman kept his eyes on the sky. Over the next 15 minutes, he reported 6 distinct lights moving through the sky within view of his aircraft, each moving too fast, too level, and too controlled to be meteors or misidentifications. Like falling stars, he said, but without tails. He'd been flying for over a decade. He'd never seen anything like them. And every time he called out a sighting, Barnes confirmed it was mirrored on radar. They were there, and they were real. By now, the situation had escalated. Objects were entering restricted airspace, veering toward commercial airliners, and accelerating in ways that defied all known physics. But the Air Force wasn't ready. Andrews Air Force Base couldn't launch fighters. The runway was under repair. So 2 F-94 Starfire interceptors were scrambled from Newcastle Air Force Base in Delaware, nearly 90 miles away. By the time they arrived, the radar screens were clean, the lights were gone, and the sky was empty. But not for long. The moment the fighters returned to base, the objects reappeared. It was as if they were watching, waiting. Barnes later said, "They acted like they were monitoring our radio traffic." For nearly 5 hours that night, the nation's capital was stalked by something unknown, tracked by 3 separate radar stations, witnessed by commercial pilots, and seen from control towers. At one point, a radar target was estimated moving at 7,200 miles per hour. Another made a perfect right-angle turn without slowing down. These weren't balloons, they weren't temperature anomalies, and they clearly weren't aircraft we had. A week later, it happened again. On the night of July 26th, the radar lit up once more. This time, the Air Force was watching in real time. Project Blue Book's public affairs officer, Albert M. Chop, was present in the radar room. The controllers tracked dozens of unknowns, jumping sectors, clustering around airliners, fading out and blinking back in. F-94s were scrambled again. One of the pilots, Lieutenant William Patterson, managed to get close. He radioed in. "I see them now. They're all around me. What should I do?" No one answered. By the time he made a move, they were gone. The press erupted. Saucers swarm over Washington. Jets scrambled to intercept UFOs. The story was everywhere. The Pentagon held its biggest press conference since World War II. They blamed it on a temperature inversion. Warm air, they said, was bending radar beams, creating false echoes, a harmless illusion. But that didn't explain the lights. It didn't explain what the pilots saw, or why the blips disappeared when the jets arrived, and then came back when they left. Even Captain Edward Ruppelt, the head of Project Blue Book at the time, didn't buy the explanation. He called it the most dramatic and credible series of sightings in Blue Book's history. And to this day, what flew over Washington in July of 1952 remains unsolved. For a few strange nights, the most heavily guarded airspace in the world belonged to someone or something else. And we never found out who. But new evidence released just this past week at the time of recording may eventually shed new light, pardon the pun, on what was in the skies that night. And one thing will become clear, that the Pentagon's so-called temperature inversions, already shaky at best, is about to be completely blown out of the water. In July 2025, a paper quietly appeared online, titled Aligned Multiple Transient Events in the First Palomar Sky Survey, authored by Beatrice Villarroel and a team of international astronomers and physicists from highly accredited and reliable institutes and organizations. This wasn't a paper chasing myths or folklore. This was a careful scientific search through astronomical archives, specifically the photographic plates taken in the 1950s for the first Palomar sky survey, long before humanity placed a single object in orbit. What the team discovered was striking. Short-lived, star-like flashes of light, captured in single 50-minute exposures, appearing briefly, then disappearing forever. Most intriguing among these was an event with remarkable statistical significance, occurring on the very same night as the 1952 Washington D.C. sightings. That famous night when unknown lights filled the radar screens and raced silently over the US Capitol. Now, backed up by hard data, suggesting something that can no longer be explained away as temperature inversions. These newly documented flashes were aligned precisely along a narrow band of sky, implying a structured formation, reflective objects, possibly located in high Earth orbit, captured in a momentary glint of sunlight. The authors carefully explored known explanations: plate defects, atmospheric phenomenon, meteors, but none fully explained these mysterious, transient alignments. Moreover, these events were found to notably avoid Earth's shadow, a strong indication that they depended on reflected sunlight. This discovery isn't just intriguing, it's profound. Because if real, if genuine, it suggests a presence around Earth, observed clearly in a moment when we were not yet able to send satellites into orbit ourselves. A presence that left an accidental mark in an archive of astronomical glass plates, waiting quietly for decades to be uncovered. Beatrice and her team didn't leap to conclusions. They published their data, careful and measured. Yet even through their scientific caution, the implication is impossible to ignore. Perhaps the objects that appeared in our skies that July night in 1952 left more than just confused radar operators and stunned witnesses. Perhaps they left an imprint in the stars themselves, a fleeting reflection of sunlight, a quiet reminder hidden for over 70 years. You were not imagining things. We really were up there. Almost 4 decades after the mysterious lights danced above Washington, the skies lit up again. This time, over Belgium. Close your eyes again. Imagine you're there, standing quietly in your backyard on a crisp November night. The air bites coldly at your fingers, and your breath drifts like ghostly wisps into the darkness. You've stepped outside for air, not searching for mystery, simply seeking quiet. Yet, as your eyes lift slowly to the clear, star-strewn heavens, you notice something. At first, it's subtle, an absence more than a presence. Stars vanish, swallowed by a shape silently gliding above you. It's enormous, triangular, so large it blots out entire constellations as it passes. You freeze, heart quickening, as 3 powerful beams of white light pierce downward, illuminating fields and rooftops below as brightly as floodlights. In the centre, a red-orange beacon pulses calmly, steady and rhythmic, like a quiet, watchful heartbeat. You listen for a noise, the comforting hum of engines you've heard countless times before. But tonight, there is nothing. No rumble, no drone, just an impossible silence as this huge black triangular craft drifts with purpose across the sky. You reach for words, plane, helicopter, but they die unspoken. This is something different, something you've never seen before. And suddenly, you understand the whispers you've heard in town, the stories from neighbours about strange lights, the nervous laughter that masks real unease. Tonight the rumours become real, not just for you, but for hundreds of others who step out into the night and see exactly what you see. A silent triangle, hovering impossibly in Belgian skies. From that November evening in 1989 began one of history's most remarkable waves of unexplained aerial phenomena, the Belgian UFO wave. It would last nearly 2 years, producing more than 2,000 sightings by over 3,500 witnesses, citizens, police, scientists, and even military personnel. On the very first night, November 29th, 1989, 2 police officers near Eupen became the initial reluctant witnesses to history. Officer Heinrich Nicol and his partner, Hubert von Montigny, radioed back in disbelief, describing a silent triangular craft equipped with powerful searchlights floating just meters above open fields. Their report was initially dismissed as a joke, yet soon dozens of similar calls flooded police stations across eastern Belgium. Within hours, over 30 independent sightings had been logged, each remarkably consistent. A vast triangular object, silent, with bright lights, arranged meticulously at its corners, and a central, pulsing red glow beneath. As sightings multiplied in the days and weeks following, Belgian authorities could not ignore the situation. Defence Minister Guy Coam publicly acknowledged the phenomenon in late 1989, stating clearly and unambiguously that these sightings were real. They were unexplained and, crucially, not related to any Belgian military activity. This marked a rare moment in history, a government openly admitting the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena. The Belgian UFO research group, SUPERCUT, and no, I won't be able to pronounce its full name, swiftly became the hub of investigation, meticulously documenting each case, working closely with police and even the Belgian Air Force. SUPERCUT's investigators, led by professors, engineers, and military veterans, carefully examined eyewitness accounts, photographs, and radar data, insisting on rigorous analysis to separate unexplainable from inexplicable. Through meticulous research, SUPERCUT presented the public not with sensationalism, but with credible data. In a landmark 2-volume report, they catalogued hundreds of credible sightings, many corroborated by multiple witnesses, including military radar operators and seasoned police officers. Yet despite exhaustive investigations, most cases stubbornly resisted conventional explanations. On the night of March 30th, possibly the early hours of the 31st, 1990, the phenomenon reached an extraordinary climax. Multiple radar stations, including NATO's facility at Glons, detected unknown objects moving with astonishing speed and agility. The Belgian Air Force scrambled 2 F-16 jets, initiating an unprecedented aerial chase. For nearly an hour, Belgian pilots locked radar onto unknown targets, which executed maneuvers impossible for any conventional aircraft, instantaneously accelerating from near stationary hover to speeds approaching 1100 miles per hour, rapidly ascending and descending thousands of feet in mere seconds. Yet strangely, no sonic booms were heard on the ground. No visual contact was established by fighter pilots. Whatever the Belgian Air Force encountered that night defied explanation. So much so, the incident became one of the most compelling pieces of official military UFO documentation ever publicly released. News of these events quickly spread worldwide. International media converged on Belgium, captivated by the open and serious manner with which Belgian officials addressed the sightings. Newspapers, TV documentaries, and magazines such as Paris Match and the BBC covered the story extensively, bringing global scrutiny to the quiet towns and fields of Belgium. Theories multiplied. Some claimed secret NATO tests or advanced US stealth craft. Others whispered extraterrestrial origins. The Belgian government even reached out to NATO allies, directly questioning whether top-secret experimental aircraft might have strayed into Belgian skies. Officially, the answer was a resounding denial, deepening the mystery further. In the years following the Belgian Wave, speculation crystallized around a mysterious concept known as the TR-3B, an alleged black-budget triangular craft rumoured to use advanced propulsion technology, even anti-gravity. Whistleblowers, self-proclaimed insiders, and conspiracy theorists openly linked the Belgian triangles to supposed American stealth reconnaissance aircraft, igniting fervent debates still unresolved today. However, despite intriguing connections, including an eerie similarity in the visual description of the craft, no official proof of the TR-3B's existence ever emerged. And experts remained skeptical, questioning the plausibility of secret US craft routinely violating Belgian airspace with impunity. Eventually, the sightings diminished, fading from headlines as abruptly as they'd arrived. SOBEPs disbanded after publishing their detailed studies, leaving behind a rich archive of data, analysis, and unanswered questions. General Wilfried de Brouwer, who led the Belgian Air Force investigation, reflected years later. Mass hysteria cannot explain what we saw. The witnesses, civilians, police, trained pilots, remain credible and consistent. We have radar records, military documentation, yet today we still have no definitive answer. The Belgian UFO wave remains unexplained. Nearly 40 years have passed since those triangles first appeared over Belgium, yet the legacy endures, a powerful reminder that the sky still holds secrets, defying simple answers. And perhaps, just as those earlier lights left their imprint upon photographic plates half a century before, these triangles too have marked us, leaving another quiet message etched into history. We really were up there, and we remain unexplained. Less than a decade later, the sky would once again present us with more mysteries, this time over Phoenix, Arizona. Once again, you're invited to close your eyes and imagine stepping outside on a quiet spring evening, the air still warm with the day's heat, a faint scent of creosote lingering after the sun slipped behind the desert hills. You're not expecting anything unusual, just the familiar sky, clear and black, and a net of stars stretching from horizon to horizon. Then, without warning, a hush settles in the air, so deep it seems to erase the sounds of the neighborhood around you. And then you see them. A line of brilliant lights, 5, 6, maybe 7, arranged in a perfect chevron, moving slowly, with intent, across the sky. They're close enough you swear you can feel the weight of their presence, but impossibly silent. Their glow soft and steady, like lanterns drifting through an endless night. Neighbours spill from their houses, pointing upward in disbelief. Someone whispers, "What is that?" Another voice, trembling, says, "It's blocking out the stars." You look again and realise they're right. Between the glowing points of light, the sky has gone black, as if a single massive body stretches between them. An invisible giant blotting out the constellations you've always known. The craft, or crafts, move slowly southward, crossing the city like an apparition. In Phoenix, people pull their cars to the side of the road. Children stop their games and gape. A man on a back porch sets down his beer, unable to speak. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the formation drifts beyond view, vanishing over the horizon towards Tucson and the dark desert beyond. But hours later, when you think it's over, a second display begins. A row of glowing orbs hovering motionless in the southwestern sky, flickering gently as if watching, before blinking out one by one behind the jagged silhouette of the Sierra Estrella Mountains. And in that silence, you know the night will never leave you. On March 13th, 1997, thousands of people across Nevada and Arizona witnessed one of the most extraordinary mass sightings in modern history. It would later become known simply as the Phoenix Lights, a phrase now etched into Arizona's folklore. That evening, the sightings unfolded in two distinct waves. The first wave began just before 8 p.m. near Henderson, Nevada, when witnesses saw a chevron-shaped formation of lights heading southeast. Within the hour, reports flooded in from towns like Paulden, Prescott, and finally, Phoenix. The reports all described the same thing: a massive V-shaped object, sometimes called a boomerang or carpenter's square, gliding silently overhead. Many described it blotting out the stars as it passed. By the time it reached the Phoenix metropolitan area, around 8:30 p.m., the sightings had become impossible to ignore. Families, police officers, and pilots alike stood transfixed as the enormous object moved silently southward. Some estimated it was over a mile wide, stretching eerily across the city like a shadow. Others noted its lights, 5 to 7 glowing orbs at its leading edge, seemed connected by an unseen structure. Then, at 10 p.m, a second wave appeared, a series of stationary amber lights hanging in the sky southwest of Phoenix. Witnesses across the valley reported seeing them arranged in an arc or straight line, hovering for minutes before disappearing one by one behind the mountain range. This second event was captured on several home video cameras, providing the only visual record of the phenomenon. What made the Phoenix lights so compelling was not just the number of witnesses, but the consistency of their accounts. It had 6 lights in a triangle, and you couldn't see the body. It was absolutely silent, one witness recalled from the outskirts of Phoenix. It blocked out the stars above us, said another, describing how the lights seemed to be attached to something massive and invisible. Families in Glendale and Scottsdale recounted how the craft passed slowly overhead at what felt like shockingly low altitude, silent as a shadow. In total, over 3,500 witnesses came forward with testimonies, including experienced observers like pilots and police officers. Many were struck by the size and silence of the object. As one man later said, "I'm a pilot. I know just about every machine that flies. This was bigger than anything I've ever seen." For those who saw the 10 p.m. lights, the experience was different but equally mysterious. Glowing orbs hovering in place, then vanishing without a trace. Despite the flood of reports, no government agency launched an official investigation. Initial responses from Luke Air Force Base and the FAA downplayed the incident, stating they had no radar anomalies and no unusual aircraft activity on record that night. Months later, a 2-part explanation emerged. The 8:30 p.m. V-shaped craft was most likely a formation of A-10 Warthog jets from the Air National Guard, flying at high altitude as part of a training program called Operation Snowbird. Amateur astronomer Mitch Stanley, observing through a telescope, reported he could see individual planes in the formation, a detail often cited by skeptics. The 10 p.m. hovering lights were confirmed to be military flares dropped by the Maryland Air National Guard's 104th Fighter Squadron during exercises at the Barry Goldwater Range, southwest of Phoenix. This accounted for the slow descent and eventual disappearance of the lights behind the mountains. This explanation, particularly the flare drop, has been accepted by many officials and skeptics, but it did not satisfy everyone, especially those who saw the earlier V-shaped object. My personal opinion is that the 10 p.m. flare explanation is both plausible and probable. Analysis was conducted on the home video recordings that night, whereby a daytime version was made from exactly the same position, overlooking the city and the mountain ridge behind it. The anomalous lights from the home video were superimposed on the new one, and sure enough, one by one, the lights disappeared perfectly in line with the mountain ridge, indicating convincingly that the lights weren't being switched off one by one. They were merely descending behind the mountain, matching the behaviour of a typical flare. However, the explanation presented for the 8:30 p.m. V-shaped craft sighting I find to be laughable. To believe it, you'd have to imagine a handful of jets, widely spaced and high above, somehow convincing entire towns they were staring up at a single, silent craft the size of a city block. Witnesses described stars vanishing behind it, a continuous black shape gliding overhead, turning as one. No blinking strobes, no roar of engines, just a smooth, unbroken presence. And unlike the 10 p.m. flights, the 8:30 formation leaves no flight logs, no hard record, only an uneasy and lazy attempt to fold a vast cohesive mystery into the shape of familiar aircraft. No, this explanation appears to be a mockery of those that were there that night and saw what they saw. It wasn't the only mockery they faced. Arizona's then Governor, Fife Symington, initially treated the incident as a joke. 3 months after the sightings, he held the now infamous press conference, announcing he had found the culprit, only to parade out an aide in an alien costume. It just goes to show, you guys are entirely too serious, he told the press, drawing laughter, but angering witnesses who felt ridiculed. Yet, a decade later, Symington stunned the public by admitting he had actually witnessed the lights himself. It was absolutely massive. It was otherworldly, he told CNN in 2007. I'm a pilot, and I know every aircraft. This was bigger than anything I've ever seen. It wasn't flares, and it wasn't planes. Symington explained that his press conference in 1997 was an attempt to calm public hysteria, but he later expressed regret for mocking what he now calls a profound and unexplained event. The Phoenix Lights captured the imagination of the world. In the years that followed, it was the subject of books, documentaries, museum exhibits, and countless TV specials. The Arizona Heritage Center in Tempe now features a permanent display about the incident, and a popular annual music festival even bears its name. To this day, the case remains one of the most credible and widely witnessed UFO events in history. While the 10 p.m. lights are now broadly accepted as military flares, the earlier 8:30 V-shaped object has never been adequately explained. So what were we seeing? For some, the Phoenix Lights were simply a case of misidentification. Planes, flares, and a trick of perspective. For others, it was a visitation, a message written across Arizona's night sky in glowing silence. It just felt otherworldly, Governor Symington would later say. And I don't know why people would ridicule it. Responsible people saw it. We all saw it. And just like the lights over Washington, over Belgium, no recovered craft, no definitive answers, only a question still hanging in the sky. What exactly was up there? Let's go back a little over a decade, to another time, another place, where the sky had held secrets once more. This time not over a sprawling desert metropolis, but the quiet hills and forests of the Hudson Valley. Please, close your eyes if you can. Imagine it's a late winter evening. December air crisp enough to sting your face. Breath blooming in gentle clouds as you step outside. The sound of distant cars drifts softly. Homes lit warmly against the cold dark. Your eyes lift upward, perhaps drawn by instinct, or some primal awareness, a tugging from above. At first you only see the familiar, the endless map of stars stretching gently overhead, sparkling points of light, untouched by city glow. But something is off tonight. In the vast darkness, a shape slowly emerges, outlined by an array of brilliant lights, red, green and white, like holiday lights set adrift against the sky. Yet these are different. They have purpose, moving in perfect, unbroken formation. And then you realize, this shape is impossibly large, a gigantic boomerang silently sailing overhead, its wingspan easily the length of a football field. It is so close, so immense, you can make out dark metallic girders crossing beneath its luminous outline. You brace for sound, a roar, a hum, the expected rush of engines, but it never comes. Only silence, profound and unsettling, as if the craft itself absorbs noise, existing somehow separate from the rules you know. Then a brilliant beam erupts from beneath it, bathing the earth in dazzling white, moving deliberately, slowly scanning fields and forests, as though seeking or seeing something below. You feel a chill deeper than the winter night, aware you are utterly exposed, known by something unknown. Then, just as quickly as it showed up, the beam blinks out, the craft shifts effortlessly, accelerating straight up, fading into a pinpoint of darkness among the stars. And as you stand in awe, the telephone rings inside. Neighbours calling neighbours, townsfolk asking each other breathlessly, "Did you see that?" It was December 31st, 1982, and this was only the beginning. Over 4 remarkable years, from 1982 through 1986, the Hudson Valley became the epicenter of one of the largest waves of unexplained aerial sightings ever recorded. Thousands of witnesses, ordinary citizens, police officers, pilots, firefighters, reported seeing the same enormous, silent, V-shaped or boomerang-shaped craft drifting quietly across the skies. On March 24th, 1983, the sightings peaked dramatically. Hundreds watched as the massive object, soon dubbed the Westchester Boomerang, crept slowly over the Taconic Parkway. Traffic halted as stunned drivers abandoned their cars, gazing upward as a floating city of multicolored lights passed just overhead, noiseless and immense. Calls overwhelmed emergency lines, and police found themselves confronting something their training never covered. A collective mystery unfolding in real time, observed not by isolated believers, but by entire communities sharing a single, bewildering experience. Witness descriptions across 4 years were uncannily consistent. They commonly described the UFO as enormous, often 100 yards or more across, moving slowly enough for its sheer scale to become obvious. It was almost always a boomerang or wedge shape, outlined by coloured lights, sometimes illuminating visible metallic girders or beams beneath. And the sound? Utter silence, even at close proximity, defying logic, defying physics. The object was reported to be aware of the observers, deliberately shining intense white lights downward, as if acknowledging those watching below. One local resident recalled the awe clearly. It floated overhead at treetop level, utterly silent, lights changing colour together, in perfect unison. I've never seen anything like it before or since. It knew we were there. The credibility of the Hudson Valley sightings was underscored by reports from experienced observers. Police Lieutenant Kevin Soravia, convinced he was watching a massive military aircraft, called nearby Stewart Air Force Base, only to be assured no plane was airborne. Seasoned Air Force pilots insisted no known aircraft could mimic the perfect formation or silent hovering described. One such Air Force veteran maintained, if those were planes or ultralights, there would have been engine noise. It was as quiet as the grave up there. In 1984, skeptical investigations pointed to local pilots flying small, brightly lit aircraft in formation at night. Some pilots did openly admit their prank flights, amused by the local stir. Yet many eyewitnesses, having seen both the hoax flights and the original phenomenon, insisted a fundamental difference existed. One witness explained succinctly, "Those pranksters flew noisy, shaky formations you could tell apart from miles away. What we saw first, no noise, perfect shape. It was solid. Not those planes, not even close." Even today, the debate continues. Was it all just clever trickery? Or was the ultralight explanation merely a comforting rationalization in the face of something inexplicable? Perhaps the most unsettling reports came from Indian Point nuclear plant guards. In 1984, guards reported a 900-foot wide V-shaped craft silently hovering just yards above sensitive reactors. Allegedly, armed guards actually prepared for confrontation, although official records deny any such incident. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission stated they had no documentation of the event. Officially, the Hudson Valley sightings were dismissed as misunderstood flights of civilian pilots. But to many who lived through it, that explanation never quite matched the profound strangeness of what they'd experienced. Years later, the Hudson Valley sightings remain deeply embedded in local consciousness, a source of fascination and lingering unease. The event inspired multiple books, notably Night Siege by the renowned Dr. J. Allen Hynek, and even influenced Whitley Strieber's haunting bestseller Communion, which brought Hudson Valley into the global spotlight. Today, communities like Pine Bush host annual UFO fairs and museums, embracing the region's mysterious history with pride and curiosity. The sightings have become folklore, passed down through generations, tales of giant, silent visitors that remain, like all truly great mysteries, just beyond reach. So much was seen, so little fully understood. Perhaps the Hudson Valley UFO was nothing more than human mischief and human imagination. Or perhaps it was something else entirely, something that hovered in silent majesty, watched, interacted, then vanished into the depths of the unknown. No recovered craft, no message left behind. Only memories, whispered accounts, and that familiar question, echoing gently through the trees, still hanging over the Hudson Valley after all these years. What exactly was up there? There's a reason the Hudson Valley sightings are the penultimate stop on our journey through some of the most famous mass sightings in history. They carry so many unsettling echoes of an event much closer to home. One we all remember, vividly, because for all we know, it may still be unfolding, even now, in the summer of 2025. The dismissive government responses, the accusations of hoaxers, the sheer volume of credible sightings, all of it calls instantly to mind the most recent wave. What many people call the New Jersey drone flap actually stretches far beyond state lines. For our purposes, I'll continue to call it the New Jersey drone flap. But what you may not realize is that the true origins of this saga are remarkably difficult to pin down. There were reports from South Florida, from sleepy rural villages surrounded by military bases in England, from Germany, even unsubstantiated claims of sightings in Russia and China. It would perhaps be more accurate to call it the global drone flap. But as I said, a name is just a name. I'd like to invite you to close your eyes just one last time. Imagine it's late, really late. The kind of late when the hours blend together and the edges of reality start to blur. Maybe this is you right now. You're in bed, room illuminated by nothing but the faint blue-tinted glow from your phone screen. You scroll mindlessly, thumb flicking, eyes glazed. The world around you is quiet, wrapped up in sleep, completely indifferent to your insomnia. And then you pause. Something strange is trending again. This time, it's Langley Air Force Base, home to America's most elite fighter jets. News alerts and breathless headlines. You can't resist. You tap the screen. A familiar anchor is reporting on incursions over the base. Swarms of unidentified drones spotted repeatedly over sensitive areas. There's no footage, just stark still images of the base and snippets from a White House press briefing. The spokesperson's words are careful, clipped, designed to calm, but it only makes the story feel more surreal. 17 separate nights, one correspondent says, voice dropping for emphasis. No attribution, no captures, no explanations. You picture it as they talk. Lights in the sky above Langley, silent and precise, evading the most advanced defences on Earth. Comments flood in beneath the article, some mocking, some concerned, others screaming for answers in all caps. Memes sprout instantly, hashtags trend, emojis fly past too fast to comprehend. And yet the story itself feels strangely still, like an empty stage after an unseen performance. You lean back into your pillow, comfortable, safe, detached, yet oddly unsettled. Soon, you're jolted awake by the vibration next to your head. You're not quite sure how long you've been asleep, but another notification has popped up. This one is from rural England, the familiar rolling fields and dark hedgerows illuminated only by torches and jittery camera phone lights. Voices thick with accents whisper excitedly as they stream, tracking mysterious craft gliding silently near and over RAF Lakenheath. A young man narrates nervously, wrapped in a thick coat, his voice punctuated by sharp inhales of cold air. Honestly, what is going on up there? You lot seeing this? Of course, you are seeing it. His stream makes you an eyewitness from thousands of miles away. Mug of tea in one hand, biscuit crumbs scattered across your duvet. A portal through time zones and weather systems, as though you're standing beside him, shivering under an expansive, uncertain sky. Your eyes close briefly, exhausted, but your phone buzzes again, almost insistently. How dare you not pay attention? Your thumb drags across the screen reflexively, pulled once more into this sleepless limbo. How long have you been here? Hours? Months? Does it matter? This time the video is from Germany. Quiet towns, the dark outlines of forests silhouetted against glowing, hovering shapes. Rumours trickle out of Russia and China. No video yet, only vague tweets and blurry images, quickly disputed, quickly dismissed. Fake clips surge too. Clever AI hoaxes trying to mimic the mystery, muddying the waters, frustrating your exhausted and possibly futile attempts to discern fact from fiction. You refresh your screen compulsively, a cycle of anxiety and fascination. One tap sends you across the globe, another right back into your familiar room, safely distant yet intimately connected. Again, sleep steals you away for a moment, just a fragment of rest. Who needs sleep? That's what caffeine is for. Another vibration startles you awake. How long was it this time? Minutes or months? The timeline blurs together. Your screen offers no answer. Only a new notification, demanding your eyes and your attention. Now it's New Jersey. Drones spotted above sensitive military installations and residential areas. Local residents flooding emergency lines, public officials demanding explanations. You watch news coverage in the blue glow of pre-dawn television, sipping tea long gone cold, biscuits forgotten. Something tangible and uncomfortable has intruded into your familiar digital routine. What a mess. In this strange liminal space, halfway between reality and digital storytelling, you and millions of others become witnesses yourselves. From warmth and comfort, you and millions of others experience an unprecedented global phenomenon, ironically safer and yet somehow more unsettled than those braving the cold beneath strange lights overhead. The irony is indeed delicious, unsettling. Those out in the cold, desperately streaming to capture something real, something inexplicable, are for the first time merely conduits, a kind of nervous portal for the rest of us cosy observers. Witnesses in bed. Yet, even as the screen goes dark and you finally set your phone down, that lingering, uneasy thought remains. What exactly are we witnessing? We begin with Langley because, at least for me, that marked the moment the air seemed to change. It was the moment the most advanced military in the world admitted it had no idea what was flying over its own sensitive airspace. It couldn't bring it down. It couldn't find the source. The US military appeared to be powerless. It was the kind of story that carried a quiet chill, the sort of security breach that, even described in the driest official language, feels bigger than the facts on paper. In December 2023, swarms of unidentified drones were observed repeatedly over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia, home to America's F-22 Raptor stealth fighters. Retired General Mark Kelly, who was stationed there, recalled seeing craft of various sizes, some as small as a quadcopter, some as large as a small car, buzzing the base, night after night. There were no captures, no identifications, no clear explanations. Privately, some F-22s were even relocated to another base for protection, a fact only admitted months later. Publicly, the White House press briefings were careful, measured, designed to calm, but for those who were paying attention, it was a quiet alarm bell. Something, someone, was probing the edges of America's most secure fighter base. For many of us, the Langley incident became the first story in a timeline that felt as though it was being written in real time, with no way to guess what the next line might be. And so we waited, hair prickling, knowing there would be a next time. The next event didn't happen in the United States. It came instead from across the Atlantic, over US-controlled air bases in the United Kingdom. RAF Lakenheath, RAF Mildenhall, and RAF Feltwell. Late November 2024. Small drones, some described as hovering just above flight lines, were spotted repeatedly and around the bases, all of which are home to US Air Force units in East Anglia. These bases are also rumoured to house nuclear ordnance. They are among the most tactically important bases the US controls overseas. These were core NATO assets, and the intrusions rattled security teams. The British Army dispatched 60 soldiers to support US base security. Multi-layered defences were activated ground searches were conducted around the bases, and yet the operators, whoever they were never located. Pentagon spokesperson General Pat Ryder confirmed the incidents, his language cautious but unmistakable. These incursions were not the work of hobbyists. A senior defense official told reporters the behavior did not appear benign. Some accounts suggest F-15Es even scrambled in pursuit of the drones. If they did, nothing was intercepted. And, as with Langley, the episode ended in silence. There were strange suggestions of Russian espionage agents posing as fruit pickers that may have been behind the drones. But of course, this resulted in no arrests. And besides, plenty of eyewitness accounts report the drones arriving from over the North Sea, indicating that these are not the kind of drones you can just carry around in a humble fruit picker's backpack. Media coverage was fleeting, drowned out by louder headlines, but for those tracking these incursions, the sequence was hard to ignore. First, Langley, then Lakenheath. The hair on the back of the world's neck seemed to stand just a little taller. And then came the event that would explode into public consciousness. New Jersey. This time it wasn't confined to secure bases. It began in mid-November 2023 with reports of strange lights over northern New Jersey. Clusters of blinking points hovering in formation, defying explanation. The sightings multiplied, rippling outward into New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Maryland, even as far as Florida and Arizona in the weeks that followed. This wasn't quiet, it was everywhere. Over highways, neighborhoods, airports, power plants. Videos flooded social media and local news stations. Emergency lines were overwhelmed. Some reports placed drones over sensitive installations, lingering for hours. No less than 11 confirmed incursions were later admitted at the Army's Picatinny Arsenal, an advanced weapons research center in northern New Jersey. Rumors swirled about drones spotted near nuclear facilities. The FAA took the extraordinary step of issuing a blanket 1-month ban on drone flights across parts of the state. Homeland Security briefings were convened. Words like espionage and foreign adversary were whispered in Washington. But still, the lights kept coming. Some of the videos were obvious hoaxes. Plenty were misidentified airplanes in holding patterns. Some were even bright stars. But some defied easy explanation. Public officials demanded answers. New York Congressman Pat Ryan summed up the national mood on cable news. The American people deserve answers as to what the hell is going on. And then, just as the wave was reaching a fever pitch, came a tragedy that cast an even darker shadow over the story. An incident in Las Vegas made headlines for all the wrong reasons. A lone individual, a decorated veteran, took his own life in a violent act that thankfully harmed no one else. It was shocking and painful, and left behind a letter that found its way into the public domain We mention this only because the letter spoke directly to the drone mystery we've been exploring. And perhaps, as difficult as it is, these conversations matter, because silence can be more harmful than confronting what happened. The letter described advanced gravitic propulsion technology, craft capable of unimaginable speed and maneuverability, and suggested the mysterious drones were connected to foreign powers, possibly even beyond their control. Out of respect, we will not speculate on the details of that letter further, nor will we dwell on the name of the person behind it. Those who have followed this story will already know, and for those who haven't, the specifics matter less than the reminder that behind every headline is a human life, often struggling in ways we cannot see. What we can say is that this tragedy served as a sobering inflection point. The claims it contained, though never proven, only added fuel to an already anxious conversation. In the weeks that followed, there was much anticipation about what the government might say, not least because the incoming president had made promises to reveal the truth about the source of the so-called drones. However, in the true spirit of politics, the truth, as always, remained locked behind a lazy government statement. White House briefings reassured the public that there was no evidence of foreign involvement. The FAA, DHS, and FBI allegedly concluded that most reports were misidentifications, planes, helicopters, stars mistaken for drones. No security threat, they said. No enemy. But almost immediately, cracks in that story began to appear. State officials and members of Congress, including those briefed on classified information, were openly skeptical. New Jersey leaders reported that briefers described coordinated drone formations flying 6 to 7 hours a night, even in restricted airspace. Descriptions that seemed to directly contradict the administration's public message. Prominent analysts and former officials added fuel to the uncertainty. UFO expert Nick Pope argued that government statements on this are contradictory. On the one hand, there's no danger, yet they admit they don't know what they are. He questioned why the matter warranted a classified House intelligence briefing if the government truly had nothing to hide. Meanwhile, NORAD Commander General Gregory Guillot quietly warned that over 600 drone incursions had been tracked at US military sites in 2024 alone. And while he insisted there was no evidence of organized foreign operations, he urged officials to always assume the worst and prepare accordingly. This inconsistency between public dismissal and private concern shows a government struggling to keep pace with a fast-moving, technology-fueled phenomenon. In an era where every witness has a high-definition camera in their pocket and social media floods feeds with speculation, the default "don't worry, go back to sleep" line no longer suffices. Perhaps it's a sign the dam is starting to break. There truly is no denying that something real happened at Langley, something real happened at Lakenheath, and at Picatinny Arsenal. Something was moving through our skies, testing boundaries, slipping away before anyone could grab hold of it. And the reality is that the New Jersey drone sightings never officially ended. There was no moment when someone stood up from a director's chair and yelled "cut." This is real life. The lines blur, just as they did in Washington D.C, in Belgium, in Phoenix, and in the Hudson Valley. I haven't yet closed the book on our latest mass sighting. Just because it's become too repetitive for the news cycle doesn't mean it's stopped. These things rarely end with clean punctuation. They simply fade from headlines while still lingering above us. And all the while, the question keeps circling, unanswered, familiar now, and faintly echoing. What exactly is up there? Maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe we should ask, why are they up there? Whoever or whatever is behind them clearly doesn't want to be known. They haven't landed on the White House lawn, haven't called a press conference, or held up a banner saying, "We're here." For many, that alone is reason to see them as a threat. History has taught us that people don't usually land to shake hands before dropping the first bomb. And I understand that position completely. It's wise to be cautious. But if these are non-human intelligences, travelling here from light years away, perhaps hundreds of light years, then the technology they wield is so staggeringly advanced that there would be no need for secrecy. They could simply take what they wanted, steamroll through our planet, wiping us out in the blink of an eye, and still be home quite literally in time for dinner. Perhaps it's foolish optimism, but I wonder if there's another reason. We as humans run nature reserves. We look after species because we've already driven so many to the brink, or simply because we believe it's the right thing to do. And we know that sometimes anonymity is a key ingredient in helping a species survive. You don't rush in and grab them by the hand. At some point, they have to learn how to cross the road themselves. So perhaps that's what we're witnessing. A silent, guiding hand. A presence unwilling to interfere too directly, but nudging us forward with subtle revelations. Mass sightings that jolt us awake, just enough to ask the right questions. Because maybe, without those questions, we really might throw ourselves into oblivion. And maybe, just maybe, the silence isn't indifference at all. Maybe it's care. And so we close the book, at least for now, on another night here at the Dreamland Motel. Thank you for joining me in the quiet, for staying curious, and for asking the questions that matter. If you've enjoyed tonight's journey, I'd be grateful if you'd take a moment to give it a like, subscribe, and you're welcome to leave a comment below. I really do love reading your thoughts. And if you'd like to help keep the neon glowing here at the motel, you'll find links in the description for ways to support the channel. But for now, wherever you are, I hope you sleep well, and I hope you keep looking up. Because one day, perhaps we'll have an answer to that question we've stumbled across tonight. Why exactly are they up there and not down here? Good night from the Dreamland Motel.